A chilly night here. Actually, it's actually cold. I haven't gotten outside yet, so I don't know how cold it is, but it feels cold. So much so I got a fire on. So I would guess it's in the 40s. If it feels chilly in here, it sure is not in the 50s at night. Can't be. So the smart guess would be mid 40s, maybe even lower than that. Do I want to step outside and try? Not necessarily. It's nice to be. I may have to get firewood though. Oh shit! I do gotta get firewood. What's up, Amo? I gotta get firewood. Go ahead, Amo. Say it. Go outside. All right, let me just get this done. Hold on. I'm just doing this shit. Okay, we are live. Damn. All right, all good. Yeah, I'm a little tired still from last night. All is good. Shows are done. Oh shit, I gotta download that show. Let me do that now, just to get it done. I don't know what that is. Nothing crazy. I'm gonna download this show. Then I gotta get some firewood. I do need to get some firewood. It's early. Alright, that's going. There's not much going around. The Greenland one, the weather's bad in Greenland. Alexa, what's the weather in Greenland right now?
It's currently 41 degrees and rainy in Greenland. The high today will be 45 degrees with
Alexa,
a low
stop. Yeah, it's raining there. Or maybe even snowing in some areas. It might be colder here than it is in Greenland. It's feeling cold, I don't know. But I do gotta go outside. And I definitely gotta grab some firewood. It's a must. And I'm actually going to check the ring. I just took him out a half hour ago, but once I go outside, he's gonna want to go outside. Oh, what?
Do you have like a clipper adapter, 7 or 8 for the machine?
What?
The clipper adapters, either a 7 or 8 for the machine. So
But not every piece fits for every machine. They're different types, they're different sizes. Well, you can use mine. What are you using for?
To comb my hair, trim it.
You're gonna do that shit now?
Yeah, because I'm not, I can fall asleep, so I might as well do it right now and then fall asleep.
Well, come here and look.
Cycle's not gonna let me.
Well, don't come here and look. There's a hint. This is Charge, my clipper. I don't know if you have the same one, which I highly doubt. But this is a badass one. Look. Tycho, stop it! The things are underneath.
Oh, they're not. Dang, bro. Well, I need an 8. These are like 5. This is 13 millimeters, number 4. Do you have like a number 8?
That's what I have. Whatever's in that box.
That's the biggest you have?
Whatever's in there.
You don't have another size are the clippers?
This is the one I use. So I don't know.
Okay.
But that's all I have. You know, unless come here. Or maybe not. Don't come here.
Because I remember you had a.
There's another thing here. I don't know what's in here though. I don't know. I don't know if there's anything useful in there.
Yeah, I'll take that. Yeah. That's what I need. Bro. Let me see.
All right. Oh shit. The ring is inside. It's right here. Oh yeah, it's cold. Oh yeah. It is definitely cold. It's got to be like 42. Definitely. It's definitely in the 40s, low 40s. I got to chill immediately. Wow. Oh yeah, it's chilly. Why is that light on? The raccoon maybe? Well, I gotta go out there and get wood. I really don't want to use my wood. So I stopped picking at it. It's not even November. That's not a good thing. But, wow, it is dark. It looks like it's bright out there, right? Hell no, it's dark. Oh, it's dark out there. I don't need much. They already got a fire on. Alexa, what's the temperature?
It's currently 44 degrees with a low of 37 and a high of 60.
Alexa, stop. I wasn't off by much. 2 degrees. I said 42. It's 44.
Okay.
Alexa, stop. Chill. But it is chilly out there. Oh, shit. I'm going to have to charge these up. It does not look bad there tonight. Alexa, shut living room light. It doesn't look too bad. Alexa, shut living room light.
Okay.
There's a person outside. Yeah, that would be me. But it was funny today. I gave Mom her first Manjaro shot. I was chasing around the house. In the house. With the thing. Come here. I gotta give this to you. She's like, no, I don't. She hates needles. I hate needles. Who likes needles? Anybody? I don't. But you don't feel those. You really don't. It's not like that. And she's laughing because she knows. And then I got her to finally take it. And I said, see, you didn't feel it, right? But it was funny trying to get her to do it. She thought I was going to purposely, intentionally do it to hurt her. This is your revenge. You want to poke me. You want me to hurt. Oh my God. It was too, but we were laughing about it. It was hysterical. It was hysterical. She's sleeping now. Thank God. I'm not going to wear it until it's all together, but I got one item today. The other one I think comes tomorrow. Then I'm going to wear it together. Matter of fact, let me check Amazon. He ordered a ton of shit today. I mean, I can't believe how much shit he ordered today. You thought I was bad at... He ordered a lot of shit. I mean... it's not coming. It won't be here till after Halloween. I'm screwed. He ordered 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 items today. Holy shit. Wow. That's a lot. And like, I'm not looking like I'm going to stay on here late tonight. I'm not. I want to try to wake up at a reasonable time, like 9. Bike riding is out. It's just too cold now in the morning. In the afternoon, it's possible, but not at night. I mean, not in the morning. 37 degrees. You think I'm going bike riding when it's 37? Hell no. It's got to be at least 55, 60. I'm done. It's not as enjoyable. It's just not. So, I may focus on other things again. I'm not doing no more models. I have enough. I have to come up with an alternative hobby. It might be gaming. It really might be gaming. Because I can't put anything else on the walls. I could hang shit from the ceiling, but that's just going crazy. So yeah, I may have to focus on some other type of hobby for the winter months. Because it's going to be a long winter. I could tell. It's going to be a long one. Boring. I am not actually looking forward to it. It hasn't even started and it feels like it's already here. Halloween is next week. And it feels like it's winter. So I'm not feeling that. But it feels good right now with that fire going, I can tell you that. It's looking pretty damn good right there. And I clean everything is clean. So that's not a problem. Thank God. So yeah. I don't even know if I want to watch this. I might just play a game. Something different. Problem is, I keep adding more games and more games and more games. It's like, stop it. I always do that. I want to play something different. Then I don't play the games that I have already. I haven't even played Battlefield. It's like, stop it. It's ridiculous. I wanted to do movie night, but nobody's around. I really wanted to do like a movie tonight. But it's getting to the point where that's even too late. Because if I did a movie now, it's not going to be over till 1:30 in the morning. I don't know if I want to do that. So I may just call it an early night tonight. Like, why did I even come on? I should have just laid back and watched. Well, I don't know if there's a movie I want to see. Really. Wouldn't mind seeing The Last Conjuring. I have been watching the Insidious. I'm up to 3. They're not bad. They're not too bad. There's 2 more. I can always watch a movie. What the hell is he doing? Oh, there he goes. There he goes. Moving the camera. Oh God, when he does this, it's scary. It's actually a nice view. I still think they should make the ISO darker. That's a little bright. That's a little bright. They should make the ISO darker. Or what they were, if they were smart here, they would get a more of a wide field lens so you could see more sky. You know how the other ones you see it, it may look smaller, it doesn't look this big because it's different millimeter. I think it'd be better if they got a wider field, wide view, because then you'd see a lot more. And it looks nice to see that. This is nice to see it up close like this, but you're missing a lot of the other activity on the screen. It doesn't put it in its context, if that makes any sense. It's like me. I could do more sky, but if I had this, I would use my ultra, definitely my ultra lens. If I had a view like this, all open, I have trees everywhere. I can't do that. But if I had an open area, I wouldn't use a lens like this. I would use an ultra wide so everybody could see everything that's going on, not one specific small area. This is nice because you're seeing it in detail, but you're missing so much that's going on the screen right now. There's a lot more. It's like the other one, the Greenland. You see a wide area of sky. This reminds me of my lens. This might be like a 22 millimeter. It's definitely not below 22. This kind of looks similar to mine, to be honest. So, not exactly. I wish I can communicate with them. I really do. I wish I could talk to them and give them, not that they're going to listen to me, but it would be my advice, doing this for so many years, that would be my advice. Get an ultra wide field lens, like a 12 millimeter or something like that. This is probably a 22. Because mine looks like this. I could tell by looking at the amount of sky on the screen. Now, I don't have a dark sky like they have here. That's why there's so many more stars visible. And he's got the ISO, or she has the ISO up a little bit. That brings out the stars a bit. But, and their connection isn't like mine, obviously. I have high speed. You could see how things are moving like this. It's their connection. It's the frames per second. It's choppy. That's a problem for them because they're probably in a remote area. They probably don't have that. So I could see if I was there, I'd be tweaking. I'd be messing with it. Dusty, how are you? And what's up, Splurge? There is a lot of wild, crazy things going on with 3i Atlas. And now it's starting to appear in mainstream media, and I'm like, whoa, what are they talking about now? I don't know if you guys the last couple of days have been kind of interesting. Even Popular Mechanics put something out on Singularity. I was like, oh shit, Popular Mechanics? The New York Post put out an article today. How about 3i Atlas, what Avi's saying? And there was actually an alert issued. It's wild what's going on. Matter of fact, I'll see if I can pull up that article. So it ain't me saying it. It's starting to hit the mainstream. Let me see. Yeah, look at this. Could mysterious Manhattan-sized comet be a black swan event? The implications are so huge for humanity. This is today, this article. Earlier this week, the NASA-backed International Asteroid Warning Network launched an emergency defense probe after 3i Atlas exhibited unusual behavior. Now, obviously, putting his thing in, that's what he's saying. It could be a Trojan horse whose presence has major implications for humanity. And we all know he spoke about this on News Nation. It could weigh 33 billion tons. This is what he said. It's at least 1,000 times more massive than the previous interstellar objects we've seen. And the question is, why is such a giant object delivered to our inner solar system when we only saw small ones before? That, I don't understand that logic. So what? A big one can't come this way? It's only got to be little ones? Why? That I'm not buying. He warns the Manhattan size could be an extraterrestrial Trojan horse whose presence has major implications for humanity. Loeb speculated that the international community should remain vigilant and formulate a defense plan in the event that it's a black swan event, defined as a high-impact event that is difficult to forecast under normal circumstances but appears to be inevitable in hindsight. He claimed that it could appear natural at first but end up being like a Trojan horse. And this is interesting, though, this part. This is what caught my eye. While NASA officials' position is that 3i Atlas does not pose any threat, the IAWN, the one that does those alerts, has already begun efforts to monitor the interstellar entity to assess whether this is indeed the case. From November 21st to January 27th, it will be conducting a comet campaign to refine methods for pinpointing Atlas's exact location. What? So they don't know? Isn't that kind of weird? There's a jet of particles that points toward the sun instead of away from it. As its standard, Atlas is also observing spouting a plume of 4 grams of nickel. That's been talked about the nickel. So there's a lot of weird characteristics about this. But still, the IA, whatever that W, whatever the fuck, they actually did. That's actually a fact. Right here. So we're going to copy this. We're going to paste it. And put 3i Atlas. See what comes up. Here's why they did it. The camera will kickstart in late November, we know that. It will fix its attention to the improvement of gathering accurate astronomy of comets. Oh my God. So it's just like to refine their equipment and sourcing of data. Methods for improving. To extract accurate. Okay. So what's the problem? Why is this one any different? Oh shit. They just slammed the debrief. Some writers claim that it has activated a new training drill related to 3i Atlas, but according to the debrief, it will be challenging for NASA to launch any planetary defense initiative due to the ongoing U.S. government shutdown. The issue is also... So this isn't anything new. And this is what the debrief put out. So yeah, there's a lot of buzz about this right now. people are like bugging out because they did this. The Asteroid Warning Network launched an, like to look into it. So a lot of people are saying, "Oh my God, does that mean it's coming toward Earth?" You know what I mean? It's this. They're starting to bug out on it. Does that mean it's a threat to us? Why would they do that? It's just to do better analysis. But then again, what if I'm wrong? Because I truly believe it's a comet. I just my personal opinion, I do believe it's a comet. It's just an unusual comet because it's something. That's another thing that I don't understand. Because it has different characteristics, unusual. It has a different makeup, composition, density, etc. So what? Every comet has to be the same? Like, we've learned everything about comets there is to know? Bullshit. We're always learning and evolving. It's just a unique set of circumstances that this has different properties. And it's probably super old. And it comes from probably super far away. So I'm not, I ain't buying it. I'm just not buying it. I'm not buying into this yet. Is it interesting? Sure. It's interesting. But to say this thing, is a Trojan horse, Black Swan event, I will tell you right now, there's probably a lot of people saying this is a false flag event for something else. I'm sure there's people out there saying that. This is some type of a false flag. Alexa, turn on the living room light. I'm really in the dark. That's good. A little light. Spaceweather.com shows the comet's per current position. Is it an estimated best guesstimate of the comet's position, or do they know exactly where it is right now? Or is there a blind spot going on right now? Based on trajectory, speed, and when it was last seen, they probably have a good idea as a model of where it is. I mean, do they have a 24/7 observation of it? I don't think so. It's a best guess model of its position. It seems very odd that they're going through all these measures to try to get an exact location of it. They even said it there. They want to see exactly. It's cloudy and it's partly cloudy here. It's cold out there. It's like I'm getting so much. People are sending me so much information on this shit. It's like confusing. I'm getting people are sending me all kinds of stuff. Because that's what they do. Because whether to share it with the hosts or they discuss it on the station during shows. So people are constantly sending me stuff that I might find interesting to say, hey, maybe you need to bring this up to your host. Maybe they want to talk about this on the show. And it is getting a little weird. It is getting a little bizarre. I'll say that. I'm not going to deny that. There's some weird things going on. Like this article somebody sent me. If it freaking pulls up. I found this very interesting. And it's Popular Mechanics. It's like, oh shit. Uh-oh. What is this? So this is from an article. Somebody sent me this. NASA's Europa Clipper and ESA's Hera spacecraft are preparing to fly directly to the ion tail of Dui Atlas between October 25th and November 6th, marking the first time humanity will sample material from an interstellar comet. According to the Daily Mail, there's a flag for me right there. Flag. Both spacecraft will be immersed in a stream of charged particles extending millions of miles from the comet's core. Samuel Grant from the Finnish Meteorological Institute emphasized that, quote, we have virtually no data on the interior of the interstellar comets and the star systems that form them. Sampling the tail is a way, in this way, is the closest we can get to a direct sample of such an object and thus a different part of the galaxy. The encounter represents an unexpected opportunity that could revolutionize our understanding of objects from beyond our solar system. So, that's science. What the fuck is this? Oh. So this came from, these are the sources for this one. Yeah, much ado about nothing. This is, yeah, I agree, Splurge. According to reports, NASA quietly activated its planetary defense protocol after detecting comet 3I Atlas emerging from behind the sun. The unusual move sparked curiosity among astronomers worldwide, especially since NASA made no public statement about the reason. What drew even more attention were new images showing a mysterious glow of a sort of solar shield surrounding the comet as it came into view. Astronomers, both amateur and professional, were asked to monitor and record 3I Atlas as it passed its closest point to the sun. Many described the comet's appearance as unlike anything seen before, raising questions about what could be the cause of the unusual light behavior. Some experts suggest the glow could be a result from solar radiation interacting with the comet's material, but the lack of official communication leaves much to speculation. Whether this is a rare natural phenomenon or something still unexplained, one thing is clear. 3I Atlas has captured the world's attention. Its strange solar shield and NASA's silence have only deepened the mystery. I've been saying that. The more they're silent about this, the more people get crazy. Conspiracy theories, a lot of crazy speculation. It just adds the fuel to the fire for that. So, that does not surprise me at all. That doesn't surprise me. But there was something else that I saw interesting that somebody sent. This article. This is an interesting article. Why isn't it working? Oh, Jesus. What's going on now? Oh my God. I gotta wait for it now. Anyway, while I'm waiting for that. Oh, that looks nice on the screen. Really? This is gonna mess with me? Really? Close the program. The page didn't want to open. Oh my God. Really? Okay, it's opening again. This one. Humanity may achieve the singularity within the next 3 months, scientists suggest. The world is awash in predictions when it will occur, or when artificial general intelligence will arrive. Some experts predict it will never happen, while others are marking their calendars for 2026. So this is all speculation, obviously. Where machines surpasses man in intelligence could occur within decades. On the other end of the prediction spectrum, there's the CEO of this company who thinks we're right on the threshold. Give it about 3 more months. So it's just bullshit. I don't want to accept that. I'm not doing that. I'm not. Track me? Hell no. So yeah, this is another article, but that's one person's opinion. That's all it is. It's an opinion. It's speculation. Everything is speculation. I'm only streaming to 5 right now. I say only. Rumble, Twitch, 2 YouTubes, and Facebook. Right now, at least. Believe me, I could do more, but why? I don't do Trovo anymore. I don't do Kick. That was more like spam stuff, bot stuff. I was like, I'm not putting up with this shit. It's like, you have a great stream. You want more followers? Contact me on Discord. It was just constant. It was so annoying. Yeah, remember that? I used to go out and change the batteries. That was in 2016 when I had the first Sony. That was 2016 into 2017 with the batteries. It might have even bled into 2018. That was a pain in the... I had to change it like every 20 minutes. I bought like... I still have it. 7 batteries. That shit was a pain. How things change. Technology changes. Because it's awesome to put the camera outside now and I don't have to worry about it. It just... the power bank keeps it going all night. It's fucking amazing. It really is. So, like I said, until they tell me, like, I don't even know if it's to be trusted, to be honest. But if they said, okay, it seems like the sun may have influenced it and it's changed course to the original projected path, then I'll say, okay, what's going on now? But it has to come from a... I don't know. What do we deem as a credible source? What do we deem credible? We doubt everything right now, and I mean everything. So how do you say this is a credible source? Because another person will say, well, how do we believe that? And that would be accurate. Because what are we to believe? So it's like, I don't know. I mean, it doesn't look... You could say, well, we can trust the scientists. There's a lot of science out there right now that a vast majority agree on something, but their opinion means nothing because it's not part of the narrative of whatever other person is opposing it. So you could have 95% of scientists agreeing on something. That doesn't necessarily mean anybody's going to believe them. They might believe the other 5. So... again, what's to be believed? Because you could use that for anything. Just because a bunch of scientists say it doesn't mean that we're going to believe it. Oh my God. So, I don't know. I always say this. If they knew something was coming, would they tell us? Would they? If they knew... And there's many movies like this. But it's kind of true. Would they tell the public that there was something that was going to happen to the Earth? And on a cataclysmic level, I don't want to say like a planet killer, but would they tell us to cause that kind of panic? And it would be nutty. Okay, that's got to be a car. So, I don't know. But you know the conspiracy people are going nuts over it. You know that. They're feeding on this shit. This is part of a false flag that's going to come in the next few months. That's why we're having all this hype. This is a setup for a potential false flag event. You know that they're out there talking about this like that. You know it. Data confirm that 3i Atlas is following a fairly standard model of comet brightness with contributions from gas and dust. If this is a space that is wearing an uncanny disguise, yes. I don't believe this is a spacecraft or a probe or anything else. But there are other scientific things that were done, studies that you may not be aware of. That its density is not making sense with the gravitational. Oh, see, it's so much better when it's darker. See, I don't know what the hell's going on right now. They think it may have hollow pockets. That there may be some empty areas inside of it, like hollow. I don't want to say the word hollow because people might take it the wrong way. Because there's all kinds of. I have a study that was done, a PDF. So there is science also involved here. I actually downloaded the PDF from the study. Was it like last week? I don't think it's that one. I gotta be careful that it doesn't pop up on the other screen because it's just some other information that I'm not gonna share with the public right now. Maybe it's this one. Yep. What screen? Yep, thank God. It's not that one. Oh my God. I don't know if I have it. It's a PDF. Nope, that's my ticket from last night's concert. I'm putting a black screen because PDFs are popping up. Mark is saying it's a comet with unusual characters, but he's not. He's not discounting the possibility that it could be something else. He's not. He's not discounting it. He's still giving it that percentage that it could be something else. I think I may have deleted it. That would suck. I think I did. What is this? 80 years of UFOs. What is this PDF? Oh, okay. I could delete that. That's from an event. And you see, now I can't find the fucking study. Maybe it wasn't like that. Maybe I bookmarked it. Or we could share the screen again. Maybe I bookmarked it. Oh, maybe not. Here it is. This is the study. Now, when I got this wasn't peer-reviewed yet. Outgassing. So this is an actual study. That was done. But I don't think we're going to be looking at this whole thing because there's a lot of shit here. But I did save it. Here's the PDF. See? There's the PDF. I should download it again. But it's an actual study. I don't know if it's been peer reviewed yet. But see, this is an actual scientific analysis of it. The nickel. So this is like an actual study of its makeup. So if you look close enough, you'll find information on it. Oh yeah, he is. Mark I think he's like 10% that it could be something other. Could or 5%, but he's still leaving some percent open that this is something else. Even him. He's not definitively, but that could be because he's friends with Avi, and he doesn't want to be putting anything out there in a public forum that says he's definitively saying it's a comet. Because, you know, he's friends with Avi. I don't know. I'm speculating that maybe he doesn't want to contradict what Avi's, because Avi's not saying it's an extraterrestrial probe with definitively. He says, what if, the possibility, that. But everybody thinks that they're taking his words and misconstruing it like he's saying it is an alien probe. It's not what he's saying. He's saying, what if? But you know how people take shit and they run with it. And it's like the typical thing. If I told you guys something here, you could tell somebody, then they tell somebody. By the time it gets to the 10th person, it's nothing. It resembles nothing of what was said originally, because it's been exaggerated, and who knows what they threw into the mix, and now it's nothing like it was. He does have an open mind. I agree. And that's why Mark has an open mind. So that's why Mark is open. It is to have that open mind. It's exactly what it is. See, that's exactly the difference. They have an open mind. You nailed it right there. That's exactly what it is. You hit that, Dusty, you hit that spot on. That's exactly what it is. And you know what? There's nothing wrong with, and because here, oh my God. Why do we think it's got to have a malevolent intention? Like it's coming to destroy the earth or invade the earth, or right away we think of the malevolent nature of it because it's coming our way. If let's just say this thing changed course and started heading toward Earth. Do we know its intent? Why should we assume it's malevolent? How do we know that? We send out signals, we send out Voyager telling us where we are. Even Mr. Hawking warned, careful doing that because you might invite somebody that's hostile. Even he said that. Stephen Hawking even said that. So are they riding on those coattails? Do you know what I mean? Exactly. We always fear the unknown. You're so right. By the way, that looks nice on the screen. Actually. So you could look at this from so many different perspectives, obviously. You know what I mean? You could talk about this for hours, picking it apart from different points of view, which is great. It makes for a great discussion. It really does. It's interesting. So I think we need more data. Before anybody starts going crazy, we need more data. Actual data before we start speculating this could be a Trojan horse or a freaking black swan event. Yeah, it could be. Anything's possible, right? That's like the Blue Jays beating the Dodgers. It's possible, right? Is it likely? No. Even though they may have won tonight, I couldn't care fucking less. But anything's possible. You cannot say definitively until we have more information or as things play out. That's why I said it. So you can't get too far ahead of yourself. Slow down. Let's see what happens. Let's see the information that comes out. You know what I mean? Before we start flipping out and saying this is an alien probe of some kind, or... But I have to say, at the same freaking thing here, we don't know what this is. So what if it is? But right now, I would say it's a comet that we've never seen it give off these type of characteristics due to its composition, its size, what's inside of it. It's giving off nickel, which we've never seen really before. Even Mark said that. It's spewing water like a fire hose. That's been mentioned. It's like it has really weird characteristics, but that does not make it a comet. It could still be a comet. It is probably a comet. It's just got properties we've not seen before. Because we don't know everything. Do we? Do we know that every comet looks the same, acts the same? Do we? Or is this like, wow, this is different. We got to add this to our catalog of knowledge when it comes to comets. It's something we've never seen, right? Just because it's something new doesn't make it alien. Is what I'm trying to say. Does not make it a freaking alien probe. It's simply, it's very old. That's what they're saying. And it probably comes from a far distance. Very far. Not like the usual last two. And then I just saw an article that they actually said that Oumuamua actually is now labeled as a comet.
Bro,
Yes.
would it be alright to have another slice and leave 2 slices for mom?
Yeah, 2 slices for mom is enough. I don't know if you've seen that, but that came out recently. That they said Oumuamua is now been categorized as a comet. Yeah, the 19th, I saw that. I'm going to try to see the article. And then there's something here that says Oumuamua isn't a comet. It's so insane. On the one hand, see, according to researchers, Oumuamua could be a type of comet never seen before, composed mainly of solid hydrogen rather than water ice. As if approached the sun? That doesn't make sense. The frozen hydrogen would have sublimated, producing a jet of gas that would explain its anomalous acceleration. The theory solves several of the enigmas of Oumuamua. Its cylindrical shape could be the result of erosion caused by the solar wind during its interstellar journey, while its polished metallic surface could be a layer of dust and condensed organic material? And they're saying that that's what it was. And it's all over the place. But then there's people saying that it wasn't a comet, like. And I could put the article in there. And this is actually, there's a lot of scientists explaining it. I'll put this article in chat if you want to read it. But it's interesting. This is about Oumuamua. And here's the article. It's in Time. And this was published earlier this year. So the thing is, based on the comets that we normally would see ice and tail and all that, doesn't mean that all comets are going to have the same type of properties. It's also based on the composition of it. So, you know, that's why people need to hold up, stop freaking out. A new paper. Okay, so it was a paper. And there it is. There's the paper. Look, there's the actual paper. I'm downloading this too, PDF. See, this is what, you know, you got to do this. I want to download it. Download unavailable. Oh, that sucks. Why? That's not right. Go to publisher. I don't want to accept the cookies. I don't like doing that. I freaking don't like fucking doing that. That's why. They want you to pay for it. That's why. See, that sucks. When they do shit like that, you know? So yeah, hydrogen, you could see it. It's there. That's their explanation, at least. I'm trying to get the PDF, but it won't let me. I'm just gonna have to bookmark it. But see, that's an actual paper explaining why they think. But see, that matters. See, data matters. Even theories, hypotheses matter. Peer-reviewed. And right away, people, you know, they'll go nuts. It was an alien probe. Interstellar object was actually an alien probe. What's up, James? So, you know, you got to do a little research and look at all the real science behind it. You know, the peer-reviewed papers written about. But again, here's the key word, though. On anything like that, it is a theory. It is a hypothesis. Doesn't make it true. It's their best guess. Based on whatever little data they got from observation. Did they really get a lot of data to understand what a Oumuamua was? Or are they just taking their best guess? Because of how it displayed its characteristics as it was moving through. That's the way I think. It's just the best guess. So anybody, you know, I won't say anybody, because I sure as shit don't know like that. I'm not an astrophysicist or an astronomer like Mark. I can't sit here and say I know. I could just try to find information related to it from a science point of view, not some crazy woo-woo point of view. I'm not there. But at the same time, it's just really interesting, the things that are going on now. So we'll see. We'll just have to wait and see. And we'll know more in the next few weeks or months to come, obviously. So. I may, because it's cold here, I may just go get some munchies. Exactly, James. You're so right. It's there's so much. I'm not on TikTok. I don't have to worry. There is so much fear porn, clickbait, bullshit about Atlas. Yes, there is. And when somebody says something, it feeds even more into it. You know what I mean? It's just feeding it. I mean, I can't show, excuse me, the video clips, because I'll get slammed for it on YouTube. But you can just look at Avi talking on News Nation, Elizabeth Vargas. Just, if you search it, you'll find the video. That's recent. And you can go look at it for yourself. What's up, Winky? I can't show it because, you know, like I said, it'll be a copyright issue. But he recently did an interview on News Nation with Elizabeth Vargas Reports, in which he made the statement, could it be a Trojan horse, Black Swan event? You know. Yeah, that's another thing too. They're always looking. I know it's you, Winky. I know. It's Winky. You always have to look at what's in it for me when you question, when you see things going on. What's in it for me? See, it's so true. Like, is this a controversial thing that I'm gonna, a new book is coming, so I'm gonna, you know, and everybody's, because a lot of people are into this Atlas thing. So if you write a book talking about it, you know people are gonna grab it just to be curious what's inside the book. You know what I mean? It's like self-promoting the book. Every time you say something, it's like, man, you know what I mean? Yeah, I did accomplish everything today, thank God. Which I can't remember what it was, but I did. I know I did. Oh my God, let me pull this closer. I don't feel like talking a mile away. There is one thing I always want to accomplish. Rest. And that seems to be the one problem I always have, rest. I never get that accomplished. It'd be nice. My God. I can't remember the last time. This is serious now. I can't remember the fucking last time that I actually slept in. Like really slept and stayed in bed. That's impossible. I honestly, a decade more? Like to just spend a whole day just being completely lazy and not do anything. It doesn't even have to be in bed. It could just be laying on the couch watching. So I don't watch a lot of TV. That's probably part of the problem. And just like being a couch potato for like the whole day? Me? I can't see that. Then again, I always have stuff to do. But wouldn't it be nice? That's a Beach Boys song. What song is that? Wouldn't it be nice? Oh, shit, I can't even think. I don't know why that just hit me in the head. But it would be nice. I'm watching, and I'm a little disappointed. I haven't seen any of this season's Strange New World Star Trek. Because I found out that next season is the last season. And it's only going to be like 5 episodes. Because it does have to do with, if you know Star Trek, it has to do with Pike. And if you go based on the original Trek, Kirk takes over for Pike. Or even in the remake movies, Kirk takes over. So, and that's the only Star Trek I like in recent memory. I can't think of any other series that I've enjoyed other than Strange New Worlds. I haven't seen not one episode so far this season. I could binge. But I'm also in the middle Do I smoke about a pack a day? Are you nuts? I smoke like 5 cigarettes tops a day. You might think I smoke a lot, but I take a puff and I put it out. Then I'll light it and smoke it again. I never smoke a whole cigarette. Never. Not never. Like in recent years. If you notice that, I mean, there's one in here right now. It's like that. I'll light it. You'll see. If you notice my habits, you'll see me light it. I'll take a couple of drags. 2 tops usually. I pinch it. And I put it out. That's my habit. So it might look like I smoke a lot, but I do not. I shouldn't be smoking at all. That's the real deal. But I've been watching Insidious. I never seen them. What was that? I'm up to Insidious 3. It's all right. But I don't know what there's nothing out there that I really want to watch. Unless somebody has something they can suggest. Like a horror movie. But I've seen... Because I like the horror or sci-fi. That's my thing. Horror, sci-fi. But sci-fi first. Now, I've been finding some weird stuff on Tubi. Tubi. It has a lot, actually, of sci-fi. I've never seen, but they're low budget. They're like, I wouldn't even call them B movies. They're like fucking C movies. They're so bad, some of them. And I'm like, oh, this shit looks ridiculous. But sometimes you'll stumble on one that might be interesting. But it's got the commercials, Tubi, but still. Now, in order for me to watch Prime movies on my TV, I got to hook up the laptop, connect it to the TV, which is connected now. But it's a pain. It's just a pain. So, have you seen Starlink? I used to see Starlink all the time on my camera. I don't see it as much anymore. SpaceX is not doing good right now. And I've been saying this for the last year or so with Starship. I've been saying it. Maybe people weren't paying attention. There has to be a breakthrough with these tests. Because it's not good enough. You cannot put any humans on that shit unless it has a consistent record for safety. And it's far from it right now. And it is failing. Oh, we reached this. It's a success. No. You got to do better than that. And he's under a lot of pressure right now. From NASA. In a Republican administration. I could see the Dems doing it. But if they're telling him in this administration... I don't know if it's personal because it's Elon. I don't know if there's shit going on behind the scenes. But they gave him a shot across the bow this past week. Duffy, the administrator, said, we may have to look at other options. Putting pressure on Elon for Starship. They may have to go to, because they said they may have to go to the moon but I don't see that as being possible. What, you're going to go to Bezos? Are you nuts? That shit don't make no sense. SpaceX is so far in advance than anything. What is that about? You are not going to succeed without SpaceX. You're just not. And I don't know I don't know what the intention there was, but Elon was pissed. And I don't blame him. He was not happy. He even said he spelt it differently, but he put out an X post that responded not too nicely. Exactly. There is no other options. So why even go there? Instead of putting it out in public, you do that behind the scenes. You don't put that shit out there like that. You're throwing him under the bus. For what? Why? To put pressure on him? To put it out there? That's just stupid. You know what I mean? Yeah, but it's we're talking about Starship. They need to really have better success with these future tests. I'm telling you, the pressure is on. There has to be better consistency. There has to be not little baby steps. They've got to show that they can make that next leap, so to speak. I'm telling you, I've been saying it. Well, that's what he used as an excuse. He used China landing on the moon like there's a moon race. He brought that up. He brought up the moon. We want to get to the moon before the Chinese do. So what? The Chinese are going to go with a little fucking rover? We're talking about long term. Landing humans again. Future colonization. They're fucking worried about a little rover on the moon by China? Come on. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. It's SpaceX or bust. Really. Look, who is NASA to talk when their program is so disastrous, overrun, overcost? Who is NASA to say anything and dictate anything to anyone when they can't even run NASA right? Think about it. Shit. What's going on?
Hey, you still on?
I'm streaming, I'm just talking space stuff. Why, what's up?
Just, another friend of mine passed away.
What?
Ryan.
Who?
Ryan Romano. Free Switch.
Do I know him?
You probably, I would imagine you did.
From hanging out where?
At Park, and he was a musician, singer. Yeah.
How did he pass away?
I think colon cancer.
Oh, shit. Wow. Was it a surprise or people knew he was sick?
Well, he was, going through the stages, I guess.
So
So.
it's not necessarily a shock to the system then. People knew he was...
No, it wasn't like,
Oh, okay. I mean, it's still sad to hear that it happened, but...
Am I alive?
Yeah, you're live.
I don't want
They don't know who we're talking about. They have no idea who we're talking about. That's like, dude, I taped the whole concert from last night. I sent it to them, and they were so happy.
Yeah.
Because I filmed the whole thing. And they were really happy. But, dude, that's crazy how, John, the bass player,
Yeah.
I was talking to him, but then he says, I know you. I know you from somewhere. And I said, you know something? You look familiar to me, too. I just can't put it. And then he goes, Pelham Bay Throg's Neck. And then I said, Pelham Bay Park, the parking lot? He goes, yeah! And, dude,
I don't think he lived, well, I don't know what,
but he hung out. Remember how we used to have the different cliques? I always talk about that. There was different cliques. We were all together, but people hung out with their little group. This group hung out. But we were all together, but they were cliques. He was part.
delivered newspapers.
He was part of that fucking clique group. One of them.
Yeah, no, God is, yeah.
And then
Actually, yeah, he was, he didn't really hang out with us, but.
no, but he was there with the others.
And then actually, that he's, that much, awesome bass player was like.
Oh, he's a badass bass player.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Picking too,
Oh, yes. I was watching him carefully. He is a badass. And they were really, really good last night. I was impressed how good they were. I really was. I was taken aback on how good they were. And he's...
I spent my whole, after work today, my clean the boiler and flushing and, the heat is on now, so.
Yeah, I got the wood stove on. But then there was those two guys. I put you on the phone with him,
Yeah.
and they were there. Two more people from the park. I was like, this is like a reunion with people that used to the metalheads. They used to hang out at Pelham Bay Park. I was like, this is fucking bugged out. There's like 5 of us here from the park. And what are the chances?
Well, one of them is passed away today.
I know. I know.
But like I was looking at the Facebook. I mean,
Dude, you know what he
I
told me? He told me a fucked up story about Mike Sabb. I'm not saying his full name.
Who
The guy, I can't remember his name. The guy I put you on the phone with second, not John, the other guy.
Darren.
Yeah, he told me a crazy story about Mike Sabb.
Well, he worked with what's his name, the drummer.
From the Tempesta?
No.
From where? What drummer?
Fuck. My God, I got a brain fart right now.
But
I
anyway,
can say it on the air either way.
no, that's why I'm not saying full names. But you know who Sabb was. He played guitar.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Do you know what he did?
I don't know what he did.
This is what he told me. He says, I am so pissed off at him, I can't believe it. He hit his mother in the head with a teapot over money.
Okay. Oh,
Is that crazy?
crazy shit.
For real. I was like, oh my God.
I mean, you've had your ups and downs with your mom, but it's
Not like that. I never got
Lows.
physical. Oh my God. That's just, I mean, we argue, but not physical. Oh my God. That's like horrific. But we were talking about like
It's Frank.
Paisano?
Yes. Well, you just said it, so yeah.
Yeah, but nobody knows who he is. And he's
Well,
gone.
we work together. So
Yeah, but he's gone. He's rest in peace. He's no longer with us.
And that was, yeah, I don't know what happened with his whole story, but
You know, and I tell everybody the song that I wrote, "The Visitors." That when it's meant, I told you, and I mentioned you when we not by name, but when we seen that UFO when we were camping. Remember? So you're in that, and that was a true story. That actually happened to us. That was actually a fucking weird night. Now that I think about it. So I always say that there's a lot of stories going back in time. But the best one of the best ones is when we were listening to Fly By Night with the owl flying right over the car.
we're gonna keep going over this over and over again.
Yes, because people that might be watching now don't know what the story.
Okay, all right. But I want to tell you that the supernatural guys, which they announced it,
What supernatural guys?
the ones that do they go. Apparently, the guy's wife put a hit on him.
Wait a
One
minute.
of the famous, shows that you see on TV.
Oh,
Yeah. So that's like it matters to me. Fucking goes around.
there's a lot of other. I thought you were going to talk about something that's going on behind the scenes.
No, I don't know. I just that's
Because there's a lot of shit going on behind the scenes. Not that the public doesn't know. It's in the paranormal. It's weird shit going on. I thought that's what you were going to mention
no. I just
when you said the paranormal guys. That I was like, this. And I don't know if that has anything to do with what I know. Because this guy has been on TV.
yeah.
One of them. The other guy is well known. Actually, famous, and he.
Yeah.
So that could be what it is, and I don't want to touch that. I'll tell you privately
Yes.
because it's pretty wild what's going on.
I spent like 3 hours and I drained. I purged like fucking 100 gallons of water through the
Baseboard?
boiler.
Yeah. What I got
Just until it got clear. I was like, all right. So,
I have to get my neighbor to put the antifreeze in my lines again because I'm due.
well, I don't know about that, but it's like
It keeps the pipes from freezing. God forbid you lose power.
Yeah.
It keeps the pipes from busting, freezing. It's like this special stuff they put in the lines with the water, so it won't freeze. It's expensive, but it's worth it because even if it costs a couple of hundred, it could save you thousands if you have pipes burst. You know what I'm saying?
Well, that's. I don't think in the Bronx you're gonna work.
Nah, I don't think you got to worry about that. But up here, I got to. You know?
But I just just it's all good. And I got my neighbor's guitar. This guy fell downstairs.
What?
I was guitar. Like, okay. So I've been jamming on this. I tuned it up and like okay.
I haven't broken out my guitars in weeks.
I'm just trying to fucking just do something, and and then my daughter and the boyfriend, they went to Well Spring, and they've been, whatever. So
Yeah, tomorrow
I just got home tonight, and I was like, and I had to, Michelle this morning, she was like, oh, let's get to chill. I was like, all right, so it's getting to the point now, finally, that you need to get heat on. And so when I get home tonight, I fucking did what I had to do.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's almost 12:30 now, so I hope you got whatever you had to do done.
Oh, the heat is on.
So, did you clean your fireplace?
No, not yet.
Well, there's another one you got to get ready before.
Well, I could still, make a fire, but I think I should have.
Yeah, you
Right,
should
so check
definitely.
it out.
Yes.
That's what I'm thinking of. Yeah. So.
Yeah, dude, I'm actually not too happy that I'm already using firewood to heat up
Yeah.
because it's a long winter here. You know what I mean? It's not even freaking Halloween and I'm burning wood in the stove.
Yeah.
That's not good. I'm already using my wood supply.
Yeah.
So, but it's better than using the oil.
I still have to
Oh,
fucking.
that looks wicked.
Getting into the garage and.
Oh
my,
God.
My snowblower fucking ready.
Oh my God. I got to do that too. After I finish mowing, because I use it to mulch the leaves. After I do that, then I put the summer stuff to the back, and then I bring the winter stuff to the front. Oh my God! Don't even get me started with that shit with the snowblower and everything.
I'm like,
Oh,
waiting, and it's gonna happen.
it's gonna happen sooner
The
than.
last couple,
Last winter was cold,
yeah,
but it didn't snow.
I didn't need to have a snowball.
Exactly, it didn't fucking snow. I haven't used my snowblower in the last few years for slush, like just to get.
Yeah.
But we haven't gotten a snowstorm, like a sizable snowstorm. I'm like, but I don't want to jinx it, dude. I do not want to jinx it. You know what I mean? We've been good. We've been good.
You watch the Farmers Almanac,
I don't
whatever.
trust that at all.
No, fuck that.
They're fucking never right. Why would I trust that as a source? It's a forecast. It's a model.
You just be prepared. And
That's it.
that's it.
That's it. Be prepared.
And deal with it.
It's like it's like the fucking squirrel collecting the nuts. Be prepared. I mean, my God.
Oh my God. Yes, exactly.
It's like, just be practical. Prepare. It's good to be
I
prepared.
don't know if you've seen where we used to hang out by Ferry Point. Did like a memorial because there's been murders over there.
What?
Yeah, they had I mean we
Wait a minute. Whoa. Back up. You saying there's on the strip by the factory there's a memorial?
I don't know if there's a memorial, but somebody had a hand in it, or
So people are still hanging out there?
Oh yeah.
For real?
But not twisted.
All right, time out. Wait a minute. So there's a new crew of people hanging out there?
There's a big thing with the fucking where they have these major fucking where you can hear it from fucking across the ocean of loud music. You know, you know. Remember, I used to put that fucking the pile driver on top of my car.
Yeah.
And you're talking about it building into the cars now, like craziness.
So
And,
they're still
and-
partying?
oh yeah, it's still going on, and actually, not even there in the parking lot, but still, there was an altercation there recently.
But we're talking about Ferry, not Pelham Bay.
Yeah, it's a very clear.
I am so curious. Have you've never driven it there on a weekend to see if any shit's going on?
No, why would I go over there? No.
Because I'd be curious to see what kind of a fucking crowd it is.
It's just a lot.
It's not metalheads.
No.
It's like what? Like rappy type shit? Like,
It's Boricuas. I don't know.
oh, probably because they play soccer there.
Oh, yeah, or
And it is that. It's like that kind of a crowd.
you know, just people like you know.
Holy shit. I can't believe that our old stomping ground is now like that.
No, it's not. People want to go hang out somewhere, you know.
No, that we started that though.
But it's people want to still hang out, so you can't blame them.
No, I don't blame him, but I didn't think that. I thought
Start fucking killing people, you know.
no, but I thought after us that was just gonna be something that ended. That it was us that knew about doing that. Now you're telling me that there are other people doing the same shit that we did.
That's you go to the edge of the neighborhood, you know what? That's the place to go. You know, you think you're at the edge, you know. I don't know.
Wow. If I'm ever in this city, it's not gonna happen in the winter months. That's probably going crazy in the summer months when it's warm out. I don't think they're out there like this time of year. But you just said it happened recently, right? Or no?
I would say I don't know. It's probably the last few years or whatever.
Oh, okay.
It's not like
It's not like it's like right. Okay.
And I don't want to be like I'm self-righteous, like
No, but
it's all matters, you know.
It is what it is.
It's like, you know, whatever fucking happens, that's your fucking destiny, you know.
yeah, we never had.
We weren't out to kill nobody.
Not even that. There was hardly any fights or anything.
I think they have like a little memorial or somebody fucking got killed over there or some bullshit, you know.
Because
I wouldn't even go there anymore. I'd be like, why would I, you know.
to be honest, the only altercation I ever remember at Ferry Point was when Mochi punched that dude out.
I don't even.
I was there. I seen it. I was like, oh shit. That's the only thing I ever remember seeing happen.
And then the people that lived, you know, not far away, like, can you put the music down? You know, it's like.
Yeah, but that's like a factory area. There's really not.
I know, but if you live over there, it's like okay, anyway.
You know what though?
Nowadays, the music is so loud.
Right.
You know, they have. Yeah, I don't know.
I know what you're saying. It's like we had pile drivers. Now it's like they got systems that could be heard, like you said, across the fucking river.
They're building these. I wish how about I call it that'd be awesome, but it's like. I mean, it's crazy. It's crazy.
Yeah. Up here, if you play loud music after 10, not me necessarily, because I warn my neighbors if I'm having a party. But it's not usual. Like if they're not known in the neighborhood, like say somebody moves in, they'll call the cops. They will call the cops on you if you got the shit loud after 10. They will fucking call the cops. But I know all my neighbors and I warned them, listen, I got Pine Bush coming up. We're going to be outside. There's going to be some music. They don't have no fucking problems with me. You know? Because it doesn't happen. It never happens. It just happens when I have those. And they understand this is a gathering of people. You know, I explain. And they have no problem with that. But if it would happen every weekend, like, you know, that gets to a point where now this is becoming a fucking.
Yeah, and they call 311. It's like it's even either they're somewhere at Ferry Point or wherever the fuck they are, or it's on boats sometimes.
Holy
Marina.
shit.
Like, where the fuck is it coming from? And it's like, for me, I have my the air condition on, and the windows closed. But if you don't have air conditioning, like central air, and your window open or whatever,
You can hear it.
Crazy noise.
And that's in country club. That's shocking.
But it's sometimes you hear it from country club, and it's coming across from
City Island.
somewhere, or from Queens.
Up at fucking Queens. Oh my
Yeah.
God, dudes. Come on.
It's crazy.
That's
And
nuts.
They have Evers Marina.
Holy shit.
There's a big thing going on with that fucking Evers Marina.
I'm surprised that the police.
Like the fucking Dominicans, like.
Oh God.
I don't care who you are, whatever, but
Respect.
You can't fucking do this fucking forever, like.
For real.
And nobody's doing anything about it. It's like, all right, okay.
That's what I mean.
So I got central air, and my windows are closed, and I kind of hear it, and so it doesn't really affect me. But a lot of people otherwise are like, fucking, I don't need this fucking headache,
Dude, you know how it is outside my house. If I talk too loud, you could hear it. It's so quiet. You know?
Yeah, but you're not gonna hear,
No, but I'm saying up here it's so quiet. It's like it's so quiet you hear everything. Oh, in the city you've got sirens and horns and all that other shit. So if the music's that loud, that's cray cray.
Oh yeah, and it's like what? It's like
It's like being in a fucking concert.
yeah, and like where's it coming from?
Yeah.
And people are like, where's it from? And they have cars like, with these speakers,
Yeah.
whatever.
That's a
I'm
big
like,
thing.
oh, that's something we would have done,
Oh yeah.
But now that an old fuck, it's annoying.
Well, I mean, you know me. I still got a nice car, loud system in my car. You know me.
Oh yeah, but I don't need. But do I need to?
But I'm not gonna be like blowing people's eardrums.
Yeah, well, you hear it across the river.
For real.
Across the bay or whatever.
It's just nice to be able to have it at a nice decibel when I want it.
Yeah, but it's like, come on.
Yeah, it's overkill. It's overkill on steroids. Yes, it's overkill. It's like you're actually doing it to draw attention.
Yeah, and you are.
And you are.
It's like, I was like, where the fuck is the music come from? And you don't know where it's from.
But you know what's crazy? There are laws for decibels. There actually is. Where if they go over that, they can get fined. Because there are instances, even
They don't fucking find it though.
up here they do. They will pull.
Yeah, by you, but that's they're like, it's good fucking luck.
Yeah, down in the city, anything goes. But if it's too loud, they will pull you over. They'll say, they may not give you a ticket, but they're gonna give you a warning. Like, listen, you have to keep that shit a little lower, because they'll go. Not here, but I could hear it on my main road. The one that you come up with, that one.
Yeah.
You could actually hear the fucking cars from where my house is. You could hear them blasting that shit as they're driving through the neighborhood, like they're going down that.
All night long. They're fucking. There's so much shit going on, and
Dude, I could feel the vibrations from these vehicles from my house, from the road 500 feet away.
and you're in rural.
Exactly.
Compared to where we are.
But you know what I'm saying?
And when I drive, I can see the burnout, patterns from it. So
Drag racing.
yeah,
Dude, I could see cars sometimes when I see them doing that, I could actually see the car shaking, vibrating. You look at the wind, like the side rear view side mirrors, they're fucking shaking. The whole vehicle is shaking. You know what I mean? It's like, how do you, because you got to remember, when you have it at that high a decibel, that's also a danger to the driver because he's not hearing other things that are going on around him or her.
When I picked my daughter from JFK, when she came back, and then I was underneath the underpass by Lafayette. I was like, when it rained, this is where we hung out.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. Believe it or not, even the Z Bridge in Pelham Bay. We remember we would have to go there just to get out of the rain sometimes.
Yeah, no, I was with Flub.
Yes, yeah. That was like the last, So yeah,
That's what it is. So,
it is what it is, dude.
exactly.
Anyway, I'm gonna send you that message next week
Right, so,
to remind you. For Ancient Aliens, I'm gonna keep on you on that. So you're not working tomorrow, are you?
no. I'm going to work Monday, and then I got the rest of the week off. Michelle, my wife, we're going
Yep. Celebrate.
figure something out.
Yep. Well, I got to do shows tomorrow night. Tomorrow, I plan on actually. I always say this, but I'm planning on fucking sleeping in a bit. For once. For real. Dude, I am tired. Like, literally, it's been a long week. Like, I'm tired. I need to just rest. Because I got to work tomorrow night anyway. So I want to get, like, a nice rest. I was up early this morning. I ran errands, did all kinds of shit. And I went to the concert to that band thing last night. So I'm like, fucking tired. So, anyway. Go do your thing. Call me during the week or whatever. And I guess I will definitely see you in a couple weeks.
Yeah.
And call me. Hit me up.
All right. So,
All right. Have a great night. Get some rest.
be careful out there.
I am. I'll see you later. Bye. Oh, my God. Trust me. He says, I always bring up that story, but he doesn't know that you guys heard that story because it's true. The Rush album, Fly By Night, has a snow owl on it, a barn owl, a white owl. And we're sitting in the car waiting for everybody to meet us at Ferry Point Park. And we're hearing that song on the, I don't know if it was on the radio or a cassette. Fly By Night. And all of a sudden, he had his T-tops off. About 10 feet above us, 15 feet, a barn owl, white, flies right over the car. And we're listening to the song, and it has an owl, white owl on it, and it flies over the car. It goes away from the car, and then it comes right back toward us and flies over us, and we didn't see it again. That was crazy. It's a true story. He says, oh, you always bring that up. Because it's fucking amazing. What are the chances? What are the chances you're hearing the song, a Rush song, with a snow fucking barn owl, and it flies over the car? I never seen the owl again. I'm sure it's around the area because there's owls there. But it was just weird. It was bizarre. And he brought it up. I said that for me, that was one of the strangest things that ever happened. And this is the cover. Fly By Night. It's sick. It is so sick. Right here. Fly By Night. And we see a fucking owl, white owl, fly over the car while we're listening to that song. And that's the cover. That's sick. It's just sick. It was just mental. It was mental. It was wild. What are the chances that that would happen? Oh, you got your house ready, Mike? Yeah, when it comes to it, you can't predict the weather. Dude, they can't predict the weather 3 days from now. They're going to predict the weather, what's going to be in the winter? Based on what? Jetstream, models, La Nina, historical. That's what they do. That's what they go by. So, I ain't buying it. The one thing you and I have to worry about is those nor'easters. That's the ones we've got to watch out for. Because other than that, we get these clippers that come in. A lot of the storms have been trending to our north and west, bringing us that warmer air. It's those nor'easters that I'm watching out for this year to come up the coast. That's what we need to be paying attention to. Like every year. That's not something new. That's something we just have to monitor. Those storms coming up the coast. So, and I will be keeping an eye out. But see the weather pattern. Uh-oh, speaking of a fucking low. It's going out to sea. That's a close call. Carolinas are going to get it. Another one by the Carolinas. Look at this. This is some crazy shit. Not for us. This is the euro. Watch here. And a lot of these systems, they come down from Canada. But what they've been doing, they've been coming this is in the past winters. The jet would come down and then bend up and go out this way, above us. We'd be in the warmer side. This is the colder side. There'd be a high pressure here pumping more warmer air up toward us. That's been the pattern. Last winter, it was not. It was more normal. So I'm going to be watching for that. But look at this. Monday. It's offshore though. But still going to bring some shit in here. But thankfully for us, look at this. But look at it. Look how it's making a U-turn. Isn't that wild? It's like making a U-turn. But look at this. What is that? It's right here, actually. That moves out. Now, look, it moved up. There's a low pressure right here. What the fuck? Just look at this, how nasty this is going to be. Yeah, Jamaica for this. Maybe Bermuda. Not for us. See, I can't trust a model this far out. A week out? Hell no. There's no way. No way. I will say this. There's some fucking cold air coming down the midsection of the country. Look at this. 20s, 30s, way down south. 40s. Shit, it's colder than there than it is here. Oh, we got a little cold front here too. We'll be in the 30s. But that's a week away. I don't trust this. Whoa, what is that? Where did that come from? This got to be watched. A low pressure. This is over a week away, though. I can't trust this. That's a nasty looking storm, though. But overall, it doesn't look bad. Like, that's now. We got the colder air coming toward us, Mike. Cold air driving down. Tomorrow's probably going to be a cool day. Oh, yeah. Oh, shit. Reinforcing cold. See, it's coming. Oh yeah, look at it's coming out from the north. Wow, it's going to be chilly this week. It's still coming down. Still, there is no flow of warm air coming our way. Here's a storm system here. This could bring some warmth as the wind directions change. And there's the flow. It comes up a little bit. By the end of the week, little warm up. And now from west to east, that should warm us up a little bit. And there's that warmer flow right there. And look at this, upper 50s. Look at that, this is warm. By next weekend, still kind of warm. Not bad. I don't see the wind coming down from the north. So we're going to be chilly for the next days, but the pattern is showing me that it's going to be tolerable. By mid to end of week, we should be nice, above average. So, again, we just got lots of thunderstorms. Well, you're in that time of year, James. Your summer's coming. This is your spring. It makes sense. What? Get your ski mask ready. I do have the goggles and everything for bike riding. I do. I look like the Fly. You know what's kind of weird? The way I dress up. Oh my God, this actually is concerning me now. Because have you ever seen me with the whole gear on? You can't see my face at all. Because I'm wearing that baklava shit that covers the entire face, and then I had the ski goggles on. And then I got a hoodie, all black gloves. I'm completely covered. You cannot see any skin at all. And I'm saying, oh shit. And these times, ICE might try to get me. They want to know who the fuck I am. So I'm like, do I really want to do that now? In these times, I don't know about that. I might be pushing it a little bit too far now. Kendrick works in Planet Fitness. He actually has to get up at 5:30 to go to work. And I notice when I drop him off sometimes to work, there's a lot of Hispanic people that go there. And I said to him, dude, I would not be surprised if you're working here and you're going to see ICE pull up. I don't know if they're going to go inside, but they might be waiting for the clients to come out and fucking just start taking them. It's not funny, but I was like, dude, do you realize? Because I'm looking at the clientele in there. Dude, there's a lot of Spanish people in there. They're not worried. They might have to be. Because they might be waiting for them right out here. And they're going to just round them all up. And I like I said, I'm laughing at it because I could see it actually happening. So that's like in these times, because I have obviously I'm tan colored. I could be in there and detained, possibly, and then prove that I am who I say I am, and then released. I could get zip tied, added with all the others until I get it detained, questioned, prove who I am, and then released. That's what it's like here now. I mean, you got to consider that. That is very possible to happen. An American citizen getting mixed up with the others. I ain't putting myself in that position. No fucking way. That's like being in the wrong place at the wrong time. I don't want to be at the wrong place. It's like, fuck. It's almost like I don't want to even mess around because I'm on YouTube. What is it? I think of this. I'm not going to be able to. I'm joking around, just so you know I'm joking around. But this is the kind of shit that would go into my head if I saw them coming. Here they come! It's like, oh shit, the stormtroopers are coming. Oh my god. But it's not funny. It is funny, but it's not funny. Oh my god. If they jump the border while they are going home, the problem is a lot of people bought into it with the worst of the worst. That's what a lot of people, we're all for that. But when you start rounding up people that work on our farms and are part of the infrastructure of this country and zip tying children, terrorizing people at schools, Americans, not the fucking undocumented, Americans. American children are seeing what's going on and they're fucking screaming and running. What's going on? American children are getting zip tied alongside these undocumented. That's where we draw the fucking line. That's where we draw the line. Do whatever you want, but don't fucking mix up Americans in that. Don't fuck with American citizens. This isn't the Gestapo. Show your papers. No, we're not that kind of country. We should never be that kind of country. I'm all for the undocumented because they're not here illegally. But there's another part of this problem. When there are people that are going to due process for citizenship, legal, and you're rounding them up and you're not giving them that due process, and they're in the court system doing it, that's a fucking problem. Because they're doing it the legal way. But you're disregarding that. They're in actual legal, they're in the court system and you're going to the courts and showing up and taking them. You're not giving them their due process. That is part of it. When these people come and they try to claim asylum, there is a process in this country. There is. There isn't enough judges to do it, but they're in the legal process. Now, they can easily be said, okay, we're not accepting this, you're going back. But there are people that are in the court system trying to fight for their citizenship, for asylum. And they're getting rounded up in the fucking courts. That's a no-no. That's a no-no. So there are issues with it. Legitimate issues with this. And our economy right now, 38 I think it's like 38 approval. The economy's fucked. Our economy is not doing good at all. At all. Everything's going up. Home, rent, insurance, electric, food, everything's going up. And people are noticing it. Of course, the MAGA base will do anything that happens, the MAGA base goes along with it anyway. But the rest of the country is like, what the fuck? Because the MAGA is going to support him like a prophet, like a god. This is for real. It's like, it really is. He can do no wrong. Ever. Ever. No matter what happens, he could do no wrong. So, I mean, there is a line here for rational, logical ways of doing things and just cray-cray. So, things are right now borderlining on cray-cray, the way things are going. And moderate Republicans, Democrats, Independents, and of course the liberal fucking left, they're going to always go with it. But the rest of the country is not feeling what's going on right now. I could tell you that. That's not true. Not all. Yes, they are, but you will find they have been told that is not true. That is not true. I don't know what your media you're watching. They're still in litigation. They're still fighting their cases. They have not been told they can't stay. That is a lie. That's a lie. No, that is not what's going on. I don't know what media you're watching. These people are still litigating their cases. They're still litigating. They're in the middle of their cases, fighting to get their right. No, and they're being taken. I don't know where you got that information from, that they've already been decided they got to go back. That is not true. Because it's happening to people that are still litigating their cases. That's what the right might be saying to justify it. I'm sure there are instances where they're taking people that they've lost their case and taking them into custody to go out. I'm sure that is the case. But there are people that are currently involved in their case. It's ongoing and they're taking them. That's a no-no. So, you know, it depends where you get your information from. It depends where you get your media information from. That's like I put the article the other day. The last 30 years, up to 2025, the right wing has done 3 times more murder, killing related to politics than the left. But they took it off. They removed it. After, God rest in peace, Charlie Kirk. They took it off. They made it disappear. They don't want people to say that because now they're blaming the left for all the violent crime. That's a fact. But you won't know that because they removed it. DOJ took it down. I have it. I got it before they took it down. It's not even close. How much more right-wing responsible terror and domestic violence they've been caused than the left. But they took it down because they don't want people to see that. DOJ removed it. What does that tell you? Because they want to control the narrative. To say, oh, it's all on the left. No. False. Lie. So they removed it so nobody could find out the stats. So, you know, you got to be careful. And I have that PDF. I can prove it. Because I was able to grab it before they fucking removed it. And it should pop up on the screen right here. And I'm going to read the numbers. Okay. Since 1990 to 2025, far-right extremists have committed far more ideologically motivated homicides than far-left or radical Islamic extremists, including 227 events that took more than 520 lives. In the same period, far-left extremists committed 42 ideologically motivated attacks that took 78 lives. A recent threat assessment by the U.S. Department of Homeland Security concluded that domestic violent extremists are an acute threat. Long-standing ideological grievances related to immigration and narratives surrounding electoral fraud will continue to serve as justification for violent actions. Over the past 20 years, the body of research that examines terrorism and domestic violence extremism has grown exponentially. Studies have looked at the similarities and differences between radicalization to violent domestic ideologies and radicalization to foreign extremist ideologies. Research has found that radicalization process and outcomes, and perhaps the potential prevention and intervention points, vary by group structure and crime type. In addition, this goes on. It's not even close. It's not even fucking close how much the far right has done more over the last 30 years, 35 years than the left. But you would think it's the other way around. Because they removed this. They took it down. It's gone. So I don't want to hear it. It's cover up, agenda. It's sick. I'm trying to see what else it's saying here. But you won't find this now. You won't find it. Well, this is interesting. According to current statistics, individuals with military backgrounds represent 11.5% of total known extremists. Although this percentage seems small, there have been a growing trend of former military members engaging in extremist offensive in recent years. An average of 7 people with the U.S. military backgrounds per year committed extremist crimes. The rate has risen to an average of 29 people per year over the past decade. Also worth noting is that more than 52% of extremists with military experience are identified as violent. So this breaks it down. But it's gone. You won't find it because they took it off. DOJ removed it after Charlie Kirk. So why would they do that? To blame the left on everything? And not sure what the right has done? That's definitely bias and definitely not right because you just removed data. And don't take my word for it. It happened right after Charlie, sadly. Here, I mean, you could pull up all kinds of articles on this. DOJ quietly removes study showing right-wing attacks outpace those by left. They took it off because they didn't want people to see it. That's a fact. And that's the kind of shit that's going on right now. You'll have different interpretations, opinions. Everybody has an opinion. That's fine. But don't take the facts away from it. Don't take the data. Don't take the statistics. You know, why would you remove that? Why? Why would the DOJ remove that study? Because it goes against their narrative, blaming the left on everything. Because that's the point. They want to control that. They don't want people to see that the left is the right is responsible for almost 3 times more. So there's a lot of gray, is what I'm saying. Look at this. Right here. They're being fast-tracked for deportation and now going to be deprived of getting a fair day in court and a fair opportunity for their case to be heard. These kind of taxes are ultimately undermining people's sense of the courts as a safe, neutral space for them to come to have their fair day in court. They're getting detained before their even court cases are done. Some, yes, once their cases are dismissed, are getting rounded up and immediately detained. But there are people undergoing legal proceedings and getting gobbled up during those legal proceedings. They're in the middle of their cases and they're still getting yanked. Other times, DHSs will request dismissals if the individuals are not in a priority for removal. In most cases, when a deportation case is dismissed, it is a positive outcome for the migrant. So when the case is dismissed, it's usually a good thing for the migrants. They're getting deported. They're getting rounded up. Dismissals used used to generally be good news. It means that the government has decided it's not worth pursuing your case, that you're going to be able to either be free or to pursue some other avenue. But immigration attorneys are now using dismissals to detain people at immigration courts and place them into expedited removal. So they're playing this fucking game right now. Look at this. We saw a mother and one of her young children zip tie while her other children looked on, quite distressed. This is fucking insane. It's fear-mongering. That is definitely what it is. It's a right-wing propaganda fear-mongering tool. Look, several videos of migrants being detained after their cases were dismissed have gone viral. Oh my God. Damned if you do. So even if you're going through a legal proceeding, it's happening. Even in this country, you have due process. Even in this country, you still have due process. They're not getting due process. Some of them are not getting due process. So that's where the problem is. And yes, some are getting detained when they said, oh, you lost your case, you're out. That's different. As it should be. This is different. They're just rounding up anyone. People that are still going through their cases. Because there's also an appeal process. You know, there's, like I said, there's due process. There's a court proceeding. There are laws. There are ways. And they're not being held accountable either. You know how many judges are looking into the actions of ICE and there's no oversight on them. It's like a militia group with no oversight. And there are a lot of cases right now where judges looking into some of these acts by ICE, but there's no accountability for their actions. It's happening all over the country. That's a fact. There's a lot. I mean, I don't know, like, again, the media covers certain things. They don't give you the whole picture, the context, when you look at things objectively on both sides. And that's where I draw the line, personally. It's things like this. Look at this shit. Look at this. This just happened. 4 U.S. citizens arrested during ICE crackdown in New York City's Canal Street. 4 U.S. citizens were arrested and held for nearly 24 hours without any federal charges following a joint immigration and customs enforcement crackdown in New York. ICE is not allowed to arrest American citizens. The 4 Americans were held at this place for nearly 24 hours, but were released approximately 30 minutes after the announcement of Goldman's press conference. They were pressured to release them. The families had filed missing persons reports to the NYPD before they were released. The 4 Americans were released without any charges. What the fuck is that about? So they're detaining Americans and then they have to prove who they are and then release them? In the United States, you're arresting Americans, ask questions later? Like, that's no bueno. That's not going to fly with a lot of Americans. Maybe with the MAGA, which is a 40% of the country. But the rest of the 60% are saying, that fucking shit ain't flying. Go after the undocumented. Don't put Americans in that mix. Do not arrest Americans and take them in and then say, oh, you're an American, we can release you now. Oh, no, 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 no. You better get your shit straight, and you better get the right people, but don't be arresting Americans, and don't be zip tying children that are Americans and traumatize them for the rest of their lives because of your actions. No, that shit ain't flying. So, like I said, there's a line. They're crossing the line. They need to, and a lot of these people, they're not even passing training. The physical part. Look at some of the stuff that's going on. Do the homework. Do the research. You'd be shocked. Shocked. And that's just not good. I never thought the United States would come to this point where we have to worry about things like that. That's why I was joking before. I could be on my fucking bike. If I'm dressed like that, they might detain me. Arrest me. No questions asked. What happens if I'm not... What happens, God forbid, I leave my wallet at home? Now, if I get pulled over by a police officer, I'm going to get a ticket for driving without a license. Then I got to go to court to show that I have a license, and it could be thrown out. I may have to pay a fine. I'm not going to get arrested and question I'm an American. But if I get by ICE, that might be a different story. No, but this is happening, hey, Lewis, this is happening everywhere now. In the blue cities. It's happening everywhere. In blue cities. This is something that you have to consider happening in a neighborhood near you. For real. I mean, I joke about it, but I make sure I got my fucking license with me for sure. And it's the real ID, so it's like the real ID. I was thinking of even carrying my fucking passport along with my ID, so I have multiple ways to prove who I am. You know what I mean? It's like, is this enough? And I'm laughing, but it's not fucking funny. Because there have been times I go to the store to buy something, and I'm like, oh shit, I forgot my wallet. I've had that happen to me a couple times, and I got to drive all the way back home to get my wallet, then go back. I've even said, I did it at Walmart. Can you please hold this for me? I forgot my wallet. I got to drive back home. I will be back, I promise. And they hold it to the card on the side, and then they come back, and they have the receipt ready to rescan it so I could pay for it. It's happened. But what happens if? What happens if? I can't prove who I am. You know, they're gonna take me in, and then I gotta prove who I am. But that makes sense, but see, that a police officer won't do that. Like I said, if I'm driving, what other reason do they have to talk to me? Unless I did something wrong, they pulled me over. You know, may I see your driver's license and registration? But if I'm walking on the street, a police officer is not going to just come up to me and ask me for my fucking ID. You know, unless I'm doing something suspicious and they have reasonable doubt that I'm doing something suspicious, that, yeah, they may approach me. Other than that, it's not like they're just going to come up to me and say, can I see your papers? Why? Because I have a tan? Imagine I say this, yo no hablo inglés. I'm fucking dead. Dead. Yo no hablo inglés. Yo no sabe que tú estás hablando ahora. If I spoke Spanish, I'm dead. Toast. Just think about it. It's profiling. It's exactly what it is. They're profiling. It's targeted. Regardless if you're an American or suspected as an undocumented, you're going to be rounded up with the rest. Kind of sounds like something in the early days of. In the early days. That's scare fucking re. So, you know, There are, like I said, there are boundaries. There are lines you should not be crossing. And it's going on right now. But there's no accountability. And what's the date on this? There's newer ones than this. Look at this one example. Check this out. Chicago. This week, a judge has ordered the embattled Immigration and Border Control agents to dial back arresting tactics in Chicago, coming on the heels of a grand jury refusing to indict a Chicago couple arrested by ICE agents. Chicago couple. Both of these legal items are putting the immigration agent on thin ice during operations in Chicago. A federal court judge has found that ICE is breaking arrest rules that they agreed to 3 years ago and is reining in warrantless arrests of individuals without probable cause. What did I just say about probable cause? This is what's going on. Secondly, well-publicized ICE arrest last night will result in no federal charges after a grand jury on Wednesday refused to hand up indictments. Tear gas and tension-filled the air last weekend in September during violent protests here in the ICE facility in western suburban Broadview. That's when a husband and wife from Chicago were arrested by federal agents. 21-year-old Ray Collins and 30-year-old Jocelyn Robledo were charged with felony assault of a federal officer, with both allegedly carrying guns and allegedly struggling with agents. It turns out both were legally permitted to carry those pistols and licensed in Illinois. The prosecutors dropped the charges against the couple after a federal grand jury in Chicago declined to approve indictments against them, something that almost never happens because grand juries only hear the government side. Just like you hear these cases against Letitia James and Comey, it's only the government side. Indictments are not hard to get. Just so everybody knows that. Does not make them guilty. It's the government side. People need to remember that. Look, there's an old adage that a good prosecutor could get a grand jury to indict a ham sandwich. In my case, obviously, they didn't have enough for a ham sandwich. So, there's a lot of... This is just one incident. ICE has been repeatedly violating a court order agreement made in 2022 in which an agency agreed to not make warrantless arrests without probable cause. So there's a lot of shit going on that's shady. It's breaking the law. It's literally breaking the law. But you know what's going to happen, right? What do you think is going to happen from this? Does anybody want to try to guess? What do you think will happen as a result of this? It's going to go all the way up to the Supreme Court. What will the Supreme Court decide? 6 conservative, 3 liberals. What do you think the court's going to do? That is the question. That's a lot of people are asking that question. What are they going to decide? Warrantless arrest without probable cause? How do you get around that? It's almost like they're detaining you, and then you got to go through all this, only to be released with no charges. I'd fucking sue the shit out of them. I would sue the hell out of that. You put me through the... There's so many things I would go after them for. Public humiliation, all whatever my lawyers could come up with, I'm suing. Bottom line. And yeah, that's another thing. They'll go after the judge. Did you see what happened to... You hear a lot of shit that goes on. They just burnt a judge's house, a liberal judge's house, and the husband and son got injured badly. You don't, nobody's heard that one? That was like a month or so ago. She saw the house on fire. Can you imagine that? We don't hear about that. And that is a politically motivated right-wing crime. What about that? That's scary shit. But you know, it depends on what side you watch your news. You're going to go with everything they say. That's why I don't watch the news, because it's so biased either way. Whether it's CNN or Fox or MSNBC or Newsmax, they've got their audience. They've got their base. They watch that shit 24/7. But they don't put objectivity into it. It's all based on that message. It's constant. The one-sidedness, the partisan. You don't see the two sides. You just see the one. And that's the big problem in this country. Big problem. Because you don't know the whole story. Things are taken out of context. That's bad. That's just bad. It's been like that. It's worse than ever, though. It's scary, to be honest. It is fucking scary. And like I said, there are so many... Check this out. I bet you people don't even know about this. But because they only want you to focus on for one side, that, oh my God, the left, or the right. This is the New York Post. Look, but they're saying investigators have so far found no immediate evidence that it was arson. The South Carolina judge whose lavish waterfront home burned to the ground has been receiving death threats for months, but investigators maintain they found no immediate evidence that the inferno was an attack. Circuit Court Judge, her house went up in flames, forcing her husband to jump from the first floor to escape the blaze. Now, maybe are still probing the cause, but sources that the judge who recently ruled against Trump administration had been subjected to multiple threats of late. She's had multiple death threats over the years. Still, investigators urge people to exercise good judgment and not share information, blah, blah, blah. This is when it initially happened, so they're still investigating the case. But is it possible her husband, son, and at least one grandchild were inside the 3-story home at the time? Somebody jumped in to help. So, this is a conservative paper, the New York Post. Take that for what it's worth. Now, I would like to know if they ever came up with the final decision what happened here, because this is old, October 7th. Now, is it possible that somebody set the fire accidentally in the house? Yes. It is. But could it have been arson? Somebody deliberately set the house on fire? Yes. I don't know what the final investigative report on that is. Do you know that ICE has told the police to back off and don't interfere? Do you know that's a fact? I think it happened in Chicago. They told the police to stand down. Don't interfere in our operation. Do you know that? They told them, get the fuck out, Lewis. They actually told them. They're not working together. There's, like I said, there's a lot of things people don't understand. Look. Another post. Let me see if I find it. Hold on. Look. ICE feuds with Chicago police as tensions between law enforcement grows. ICE has accused Chicago police commanders of putting federal agents at risk after it was reported the officers had been instructed not to answer a call for backup from federal agents who said they were surrounded by protesters. However, the Chicago Police Department said its officers had responded to the scene. So there's some like contradicting shit that's going on. Now, who do you believe? You know what I'm saying? Who do you believe? Based on track record, who would you believe? Good question. Based on behavior and what they're doing? I don't know. That's the report. So there's some shady shit going on. I mean, my God, like I said, there's a right way to do things and a not so right way to do things. Just do it the right way. I'm gonna see if I can find something recent. Oh my God, it's 1:30? Look at this. ICE is mounting a mass surveillance campaign on American citizens without strict oversight. They have no oversight. They're not being held accountable for anything they do. It's like they follow their own rules. That's what I was saying before. A federal judge is scrutinizing the constitutionality of tactics used by them. Some kind of surveillance thing is being used now. Holy shit. They're scanning everybody's license plates. AI-powered license plate reader cameras installed nationwide. Mass surveillance camera network captures the license plate, number, make, model of any distinctive features of all passing vehicles, making it possible to track cars and by extension drivers, often without a warrant. They're surveilling all Americans because they're trying to figure out, which kind of makes sense if you're looking for undocumented registered cars, right? But you're also spying on Americans at the same time. There's a fine line there under the Constitution. There's a fine line with that one. So you look into it, they're pushing the envelope on a lot of things because they say, bring it to court. Fight us in court. Fight us in court. And what happens usually in the court? That's what everybody's wondering now. What will the Supreme Court decide? Because it's going to go all the way up to the Supreme Court. After the appeals court, blah, 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 it's going to go all the way to the Supreme Court eventually. But it may take quite some time before that happens. So one judge might say, you can't do this. Then an appeals court will say, okay, it's okay for you to do it. Then they appeal that. Appeal until it gets to the Supreme Court. That's how it works. So again, there's a lot of shit going on. But then there are things that I am for. Like now they're making a big thing about the Venezuela thing. I've said this. I am totally with the president on this. Because now people are saying, oh, he needs congressional approval because that's an act of war attacking a country, a sovereign country. You know, they're trying to do that. Obama did shit. A lot of the other presidents have done things preemptive. That doesn't mean that we have to have a declaration of war. So I don't want to hear that as an excuse, but that's what they're trying to do right now. I think the president is absolutely right. I'm 100% behind him on this one. Go after Venezuela. Go hit those land targets. Take out their infrastructure, the ones that, the fields, the ports, anything that has to do with the drugs, go after it. Go after it, wherever it is. I am totally for it. A lot of people are freaking out over that. Take them out. They are terrorists. In my view, they are terrorists. They're terrorizing a country with drugs, guns, you name it. Illegal smuggling, trafficking. These fuckers are terrorists. They are a threat to our national security and the welfare and well-being of American citizens. They are, I would consider that a terrorist. Take them out. Get them where it hurts. That's just my opinion, though. I'm totally with the president on that. See, that's where I lean that way. It's not like I'm attacking. Yeah, I'm attacking some of the things that are going on that one topic. But when it comes to Venezuela and other places, I'm with the president 100%. You take out their fucking infrastructure. Like I said, a lot of it's coming from China or wherever the fuck it's coming from or being grown in South America. I mean, cocaine and all that shit. Take it out. Destroy it. Hit them where it hurts. That's the money. Follow those boats to where they're coming from. Where are the drugs located? Where are they coming from? They're not coming from just the fucking boats. That's the shipment process. Where are they coming from? Go after that. It's on land. Take it out. Take the whole fucking thing out. Then you see things will change. So I am totally with the president on this. So again, because I'm an independent in the middle, I look at things, I'm not for this, but I'm for that. I am not a liberal, everything against the conservative. I'm not a... Because when they say the left-wing radicals, well, what the fuck do you think the right is? They're extremists too. A moderate Republican is a rhino. That's what they labeled them as, rhinos. Republican in name only. A moderate Republican is considered a rhino because they're not going along with the extremist right. Because yes, there's extremists on the right and there's definitely extremists on the left. But where's the moderates? You never hear that being talked about, the moderate. It's always this. But the independent party is growing bigger and bigger because people are tired of this in this country. Like I said, 40% is MAGA. No, I don't even know if I can say that. Maybe 35% of the country is MAGA. There still could be like a 5% moderate Republican representation there. There could be. The liberals are liberals, but a lot of those liberals voted for Trump. They crossed party lines. There were a lot of Democrats that crossed the party line to vote for Trump. Believe it or not, they did. Definitely independents. But because of what's going on right now, that may have changed. It may have shifted. The independents, I guarantee, are backing off what's going on right now. They're like, what the fuck? I don't know if I voted for this. I was promised that the economy would get better on day one. Prices would go down. You know, because the economy is always a big focus. It's like number one, usually a big big deal during a campaign. It's the economy. Yes, immigration was a big deal for a lot of people, but it was the worst of the worst. That's what we were told, to get the criminals off. Now it's like technically they're saying, well, they're all criminals. Technically they are. Technically they are. Because they're all here illegally. That's a crime, isn't it? But do they have criminal records here? That's where it's gray. Because these people will say, well, they are criminals. They're here illegally. I agree. But what would you say to those people that we know we've used for so long, working on the farms, in construction, in other areas, hospitality, that we used them to do that job, worked hard, no criminal record, and now we're rounding them up? And, they could be here on a work visa. We're throwing the visa away. We're just getting rid of them. They're here undocumented. They're gone. And actually, the president said he may pull back on that recently because he knows it's having an effect on the workplace and on the farms and other industries. He's starting to realize that may not be necessarily a great idea. Now, a few months ago, there was a plan, even by the president, he was with it, to give them some kind of a work visa. But once his base said, bullshit, that's amnesty, he changed his tune like literally hours later and said, we're not doing that. Because he got pressure from the base. That's a fact. You can look that up. So now recently he's saying he may pull back from that, but you got to show that that's going to happen. I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think they're going to change. I think it's going to continue. But it's bad. Let's see if there's a comment. Look, right here. Oh, this is old. I got to do recent. Oh my God, if he said that shit in June, that's not a good idea. Every industry is freaking out. Here's one. Reliant on immigrant workers, New York's dairy industry concerned over new Trump immigration policies. Most dairy farms, a year-round operation, are not eligible to apply for H-2A workers because these jobs are not seasonal, so their positions are filled by immigrants. The U.S. Department of Labor estimates that about 50% of farm workers lack legal status. That data says that 83% of farm workers are settled and not considered migrant workers, meaning they work at one farm within 75 miles of their home. So it's critical for farmers, but they're taking all the workers off the farms. Prices are going to go up, shortages. Look, you think I'm making this shit up? Food prices are going even higher after these ice raids. They're hitting all the farms. Who's going to work the fucking farms? Crops are going to go bad. They're getting who's filling these jobs? At what cost? Who's doing it now? Are they filling these jobs back up? We're all going to pay. That's a fact. You got to have a plan. Yes, it's good. Before you, if it was me, before you raid these farms, I hope you have a workforce ready to fill in that role, trained to pick crops and do the job, before you do this and remove them, it would be smart to have people ready to go and immediately and work on these farms, no? Wouldn't that make sense? Or do we do it half-assed, just round them all up, and then the fields are empty and the farmers are left like, what the fuck? What do I do now? How am I going to get my crops? And this has been going on forever. Do you realize how important these workers are to the economy of the United States? Have you ever looked at those details? Probably not, right? How much undocumented pay tax and put into the economy of the United States, and how much they help the economy here? It's in the hundreds of billions. That's what we're doing. Again, don't take my word for it. Do the research. Don't take my word for it. Do the research. Research matters. Not watching media and following everything they tell you. Because they're not telling you the full story. They're just not. And that's why it's okay to be rah-rah and say, yeah, let's get them all out. Rah, yeah. At what cost to the American people? Let's just take a quick snap from 20. This is just a 2022 number, because you have to go back. In 2022, America's 10.9 million undocumented immigrants paid $96.7 billion in taxes alone. There's more. There's a lot more information here. Deporting of millions of undocumented would shrink the economy by 1.7 trillion, a more devastating contraction than what happened during the 2008 financial crisis. Holy shit. When you look at the numbers, it's fucking scary. How much they contribute to the economy. Holy shit. Look at this. This is why people need to think before they talk. A September 2025 report attributed 1.6 trillion in GDP to U.S. Latino immigrants in 2023 and warned that mass deportations could cut the U.S. GDP by 2.3 trillion. And all the effects it has. So again, this is complicated. It's not that simple. It's really not. It's not at all. It's easy to say, but it will affect us all. Economically, out of our pockets. And that's why I said they better get people to fill these jobs before they take them off. That would be smart. But I don't think things are being done so rash. And I don't think they're thinking it out properly. Well, this is a big report. I'm not going to read through all this shit. And you got to be. Oh, here's some numbers. See, when people are seeking asylum can work legally, these are the ones that are seeking asylum that are currently working in the country. Those that are seeking asylum, they're still in the courts. Construction, 280,000. Transportation, food preparation, building grounds maintenance, production, sales, others. Doesn't talk about farms, agriculture. So again, it'll affect the economy. I just hope they have Americans ready to work these jobs before they just leave them all empty. I hope Americans are taking these jobs. Because if not, we're fucked. And the Labor Department, which is surprising in this administration, put out a warning. Food shortages. The freaking Labor Department put this out. And it's amazing because it's the Trump administration putting this out. Trump's own Labor Department quietly admits his immigration crackdown risks supply shock induced food shortages and high prices. How could it not? Which is surprising because they're admitting it. There was a warning. But see, they're not getting into the detail here. Which just doesn't surprise me. Now, here's the thing. Like any other thing. There are a lot of people in this country, many, that agree about the immigration policies, unless it affects them directly in their pockets. That's when you start to get a shift. When people start paying more and the cost of living goes up, insurances go up, utilities go up, food is going up, people are saying, okay. Then not necessarily policies matter. Economy matters. It's always been one of the top things that drives anyone in a political forum. Because that's what people care about. Economy, and I think healthcare is number 2. But economy is number 1 usually. Right now, based on everything that's going on, it's not good. It's not. And people ain't going to give a fuck about immigration when their prices are going up. They're going to say, okay, I get it. But this shit is costing me now. It's costing me for everything. What you're doing. Isn't there another way? Give them work visas. At least keep them working on the farms and infrastructure. At least those people. I thought you were going after the worst of the worst. But you're taking these people that are working on fucking farms would have no criminal records. Put them on a fucking work visa. No, but that's amnesty. That's a problem. It's a big problem. So there's a right way to do it and there's a stupid way to do it. And right now it's stupid. Because like I said, if I was there, I would say, okay, if you're going to, because you would think it's planned, right, that they're going to raid certain farms. Wouldn't you want to have a discussion with the farm owner and say, listen, or are these surprise raids on the farms? And you know what I would like to know? If the farms that are being targeted are in California and blue states, but what about Florida? I wonder if they're doing any crazy ice raids in Florida on those farms with the oranges and all the other stuff. I wonder if it's the same. I bet you it's not. That'd be an interesting thing to look up. Because it seems like it's political, targeting the blue states when it comes to this. I wonder. Maybe they are. That would be fair, right? Oh. They're not showing up for work, but they're not saying they're getting rated like the other places. Hold on. Wow, that would be interesting. See? But they're getting a pass. How is this possible? That farm in Florida, growers, check out this fucking hypocrisy. Florida growers, look at this hypocrisy. This is October 21st. Growers are asking the Trump administration to return to processing H-2A worker visas after federal government shutdown halted. This farm guest worker program allows U.S. growers to bring in seasonal workers from other countries and is critical for labor-intensive specialty crop production. See, this is where that weird shit comes in, because this is seasonal. Some of the others have to be there year-round, considered permanent. They're not giving those permanent workers that have to be there all year round. They're deporting those. But if you're a seasonal, you can get away with it. Right there. But you don't hear about ICE raids in the Florida farms. They're just concerned because they don't have to worry about it. They don't have to worry about it because it's seasonal. They got that H-2A thing where they can, see how they word it carefully? Allows U.S. growers to bring in seasonal workers from other countries and is critical for labor-intensive specialty crop production because it's seasonal. That's why you're not seeing it happen in Florida. Because in the other places, it's year-round. It's considered more of a permanent work status. They're not going to give you that. There's the catch. Right there. Right there. So what's happening now with the shutdown, they postponed reissuing those H-2A's visas because of the shutdown. See? Application certifications. Growers are asking the Trump administration to return to processing these work visas after the shutdown halted application certifications. Application certifications. So they need those to go through to keep the workers there from other countries. Seasonal workers from other countries, undocumented, probably they have to be. They're not fucking citizens. That's okay. In this case, it's okay. Anybody see a problem with that? No? Let's look at it up a different way. And I think I'm onto it, actually. I think I've actually stumbled on the crux. Are California farm hand immigrants considered permanent workers. The rates, they're leaving crops unharvested. But wait a minute. This is fucking weird. California agricultural farm workers. 415,000 farm jobs. These are older numbers, but they've been going, they actually fluctuate. Wow, look at the money involved. What is this? Most farm workers are brought to Californians by non-farm support firms. What the fuck is that? Others are aging out of hand harvest work. Wait a minute. Crop support employment is more seasonal than direct hire. Because farmers bring crews of workers to their farms only when they are needed. Work term is very high for crop support firms. Crop support firms. Maybe that's the problem in California. Is this bullshit? Wow. About 90% of California's seasonal hired workers, same thing, H-2As, were born in Mexico, and half of the Mexicans born are unauthorized. Most unauthorized farmers arrived in the late 1920s. Now they're getting older. Developing machines to replace hand workers is difficult. That needs to be done. Farm labor costs are rising. Migrant H-2A workers and imports. Wow, humans pick one apple or strawberry about every 2 seconds. They're trying to come up with machines that can replace. Oh, look at that. H-2A jobs increased to 400,000 in the U.S. and 40,000 in Cali. But in Florida, they're not fucking with them. But in California, they are. Well, that's the imports. Ah, H-2A jobs are concentrated in 5 states led by California and Florida. So why isn't Florida getting harassed with ICE? I wonder why. They're doing it to the California H-2A workers. Why aren't they doing it in Florida? Because it's fucking red, that's why. Just look. Seasonal positions, that's the key. The H-2As. Yeah, of course they're going to make more than fucking Mexico. So this gets into the whole thing, the details of it. The devil's always in the details. Always. Now I want to check something else now. I love to dig and research. Oh, wait a minute. Oh shit! It is happening in Florida. It's starting to ramp up. Look, Florida economy. Florida's industries are grappling with growing labor shortages as immigration enforcement intensifies across the state, with foreign-born workers making up a significant share of the workforce in agriculture, hospitality, and construction. Businesses are struggling to keep operations running smoothly. ICE raids and fears of detentions are worsening the crisis, leaving projects delayed. Farms understaffed, and hotel service stretched thin. See, even Marjorie Taylor Greene said it's fucking affecting my business, her construction company. She sees the concerns. So when you do this, rising wages, projected delays in reporting are already visible in the trend. Florida's economy may face higher prices, slower development, and weakened competitive. For many employees, the uncertainty of immigration enforcement has created a climate of instability and threatens long-term growth. Even in Florida, they're saying it. It's going to fuck with their economy and make prices higher. Even Florida is saying it. So again, these are things you need to consider. It's all nice, happy, happy, joy, joy. Let's get rid of all of them. But there are some that are essential to the workforce place here in the United States. Give them fucking temporary work visas. You monitor them. You make sure that they're not doing anything shady. Are they committing crimes? Do they have criminal records? Most likely not. They're working hard and for fucking cheap wage. That saves the farmers a lot of money. When they have to hire Americans, they're going to have to go by the minimum wage. It's legal. They're going to have to pay more. Because they're not probably going to pay what they're paying these undocumented, their wages. They're probably getting a lot less than minimum wage. Well, if you have to hire Americans to do those jobs at minimum wage law requirements, it's going to cost the farmers more. It's going to cost us more. Forget about the shortage of workers right now. I'm talking about the long term. Prices are going to go up for everybody. It's going to cost more for them. It's going to cost more for us. They're not going to foot the bill. We are. So again, there's ramifications for everything. If you look at it. I don't understand why you just can't issue work visas. You're not making them a fucking citizen. They're just here to work. If they step out of line, they're out. It's that simple. But they're here to work. And they're also paying taxes. Almost $100 billion a year. $100 billion. That goes into our economy. Then people say, oh, we're paying for their welfare. They're this. Do you realize how much they contribute to our economy? Not just by the work they do, but what they have to spend while they're here? It's like the stupidest fucking thing you could hear. It doesn't even make sense. It doesn't make no sense. Because you cannot even, if you look at the total amount that they contribute to the economy, you'll be like, it's like $300 billion per year. Between their work, what they pay. It's that much. $300 billion. Do we pay $300 billion for their health care or whatever the fuck they're trying to say that we pay for? It's not even close. It's laughable. And I'm not trying to defend them. I'm just trying to say there's got to be a right way to do this without affecting all of us. Because we're American citizens. If you're, like I said, if you're here illegally, that's illegal. It's a crime. Period. There's no, if you're here illegally, you're a criminal. You're not supposed to be here. You're here illegally. Illegally means criminal. illegal. It's a crime. There's no other way to sugarcoat that. They may not have a criminal history, and I'm just being brutally honest. They may not have a criminal history. Maybe they're living here a few years, whatever, but they're still here illegally. I mean, just to be brutally honest about it. Okay. Check this out. This is from 2022. I mentioned that before. Who knows what it's at now? 22, they paid $96.7 billion in federal, state, and local taxes. In addition to taxes, undocumented immigrants' households held $299 billion in spending power, further stimulating the economy through consumption. If mass deportation were to occur, it could shrink the U.S. economy anywhere from 1.1 to 1.7 trillion, indicating the substantial economic role that undocumented immigrants play. These are stats. 1.1 to 1.7 trillion hit on our economy. Take that into consideration when you start. It's one thing to go after the thugs, criminals, the hardcore, worst of the worst. That's why I said a lot of people are all for that. But when you start going after the people that are working on the farms and jobs, places, and all that, it's like now you're affecting businesses. Now, they should enforce the law. This is where it doesn't make sense. You're not supposed to hire an illegal. I thought there was a law that says you can get fined or all kinds of shit if you, but they're everywhere. So, you could look at this from so many different ways, but don't think the United States economy isn't going to take a major hit by doing what we're doing right now, because we are. That's what I'm trying to say here. It's not about legality, illegality, shipping them all out, blah, 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 illegal, this. It's about, before you do all these things you're doing, fill that workforce, plan it, do smart, have people ready to go into these jobs, Americans, to take over. When you raid somewhere, having it, like I said, sit down with the farmer or a construction business. Even if the government has to give them some kind of an incentive, a break. I mean, there's got to be a better way. I would say, like, Company A. Look, we know you have a lot of undocumented workers. Well, our policy is America first. They got to go. We're giving you 30 days, 90 days, whatever. We're coming in and we're going to get them. Now, we offer you Americans that are trained. They have to set up, they got to do something, some kind of a training. We have American citizens that are ready to take these jobs. We have a list here. They're ready to come in, do the work, so it won't affect you directly. You will automatically have a new workforce on those, wherever business it is, farms, whatever it is. We have Americans ready to take these jobs. If you don't do it our way, then you're going to be left with no farmers. You're going to lose your crop. How hard is that? How hard is it to actually communicate and work with them? Instead of just coming in, wiping them all off and letting them with no workforce. It's stupid. It's just a stupid approach. You should have a plan, so it doesn't affect the economy, so it actually helps Americans. It provides jobs for Americans, but these Americans have to be trained and ready to take on these jobs. You just can't pull them off the welfare line. They don't know what the fuck to do on that field. It takes a lot of time. Really, you think it's so easy. There's a lot of jobs out there that you have to have proper training. Construction. I mean, landscaping, I'm sure that doesn't take too long. Knowing how to handle certain crops and pick them a certain way, I mean, how difficult can that really be? I don't know. I can't say. I never did it. But you would think they would have people ready to take those jobs. It's easy to say, oh, we'll just get the people on welfare to work those jobs. Well, do they know what they're doing? Do they not need some type of training? Do you have people that in mind? Do you have a list of potential workers? Do you have any organization here? Or you're just doing this half-ass rash to just get the numbers, to meet a quota? Oh my God. I mean, I think any competent person would think that way, right? Do it planned. Have a plan. If you're going to do this, have a plan. I would think. I wonder what the average wage is for an average wage for undocumented farm worker. I'm curious to see what this says. Here we go. This is the USDA. Wages of hired farm workers. Average wage. Are they getting that much? This is a big graph from the department. I don't know. It's not telling me a number. Most farm workers are settled. That's the problem. They're settled, meaning that farmers work at a single location. That's the problem. They're settled. Fewer are migrants. And those that are settled are illegal, and that's why they're getting them. They consider them settled. That's... Wow. Holy shit. Look at the price gap. Holy shit. Undocumented farm workers are some of the lowest paid workers in the country, according to the U.S. Department of Labor. In 2020, a legal person was making $14.87. However, this is only for workers who are legally authorized to work in the U.S. Undocumented are often paid much less, sometimes as little as $5 per hour. This is well below the federal minimum wage of $7.25. Why are they paid so little? So think about it. The average person legal that works there, that's legal, gets close to $15. The illegal one gets $5. Think about that. So now if you hire, that's what I was saying before, if you hire legal people, it's going to cost you at least 15, maybe 18, not 5. So if you have how many workers on that field and you got to pay them all that much more money, we're going to pay more money for whatever we get, because the farmers are going to pay more for their wages for these farm workers, so they're going to hand that bill to us. Make sense? That's how it works. Does anybody wonder why produce is so cheap? Because they have these cheap people working for cheap labor. A lot of these businesses do it because it's less cost to them for wages. So it doesn't matter if it's construction, landscaping, hospitality, farms. Filling them with legal jobs is going to cost them a lot more. Some of them may have to go out of business because they can't afford to pay that. And otherwise, we pay the bill because our prices are going to go up because of that. That's it. That's the breakdown. I can't explain it so many other ways. I mean, I'm trying to put the picture here. And that's why there's warnings out now by the Department of Labor that this could affect all of us. So it's cray-cray. And people are getting pissed. You think the people are happy with this economy right now? A lot of people are saying, what the fuck? Economy is not doing too good. Everything's higher. October 16th. Look. The Trump economy is here and it's so much worse than Biden's. Because of the prices going up, skyrocketing this, skyrocketing that. This is not good. The warning signs are everywhere. Of course, some people are in denial of facts and the warning signs and everything that's what's going on right in their front of their faces when they go to the store, or paying high utility bills, or paying higher insurance, or paying higher whatever. How much more do you need? More excuses? For how long? One day ago, and this is right after, because believe me, it's not good. Consumers haven't felt this bad about the economy since 2022. This was just an article from today. Just from today. Michigan Survey of Consumers survey that shows that the public's view of current economic conditions in October were the lowest since 2022. While inflation worries persist, the survey also showed that an increasing number of consumers are worried about job losses and weakness. And I don't know why it says this summer's economy, because that shit is over. Oh, they're worried about the past summer's economic employment numbers. So there's a lot of warning signs about this economy. A lot. And people are taking notice now. There's a lot of articles on this. Oh, that's a YouTube video, probably by some podcaster. I'm not putting that shit on. I put the past day. Let me see. Oh my God. A Quinnipiac, I can't say the word right, I'm so tired. This just came out the poll. Voters blame Republicans slightly more than Democrats for the shutdown. Trump's numbers spike on handling of Israel. Hamas conflict hits new low on economy. Congressional job approval. Democrats are fucking horrific. The Democrats are doing slightly better than the Republicans on this part. So look at this. This is a big deal for next year. The trend. 50% of those voters polled say they would see the Democratic Party win control of the United States House, while 41% they would want to see Republicans win. That's not good for the Republican Party right there. Because independents are thrown in that. That's what I'm saying. Among independents, it's even worse. I knew it. I've been saying this. It's in the independent party. 52% want to see the Democratic Party, while only 32% said they want to see a Republican Party to control the House. That is, but 16% didn't offer a position, so you got to take that in consideration. They're not doing good with independents right now. That's not good for them. You need the independents. I said that last year for the presidential election, and guess what? Independents voted for Trump. They put him over the top. Yes. 54% people disapprove of how he's doing his job. It's pretty much the same. Wow, he's down. Look at this. And remember, this is a hardcore MAGA base that brings these numbers up. 43% approve, 52% disapprove with the military. Economy, 38% approve. 36% approve on the Russia-Ukraine war. That's even worse than the fucking economy. This is the lowest scoring for Trump's handling of the economy since February 2017 when he first took office. He's doing the worst ever when it comes to the economy. Telling you, people are noticing. It's not my word. People are noticing. Now, the 37% is the MAGA core. Because he can do no wrong with MAGA. Never. That's just an obvious statement. He can do no wrong with MAGA. I mean, they'll go to the end of the earth for him. Yeah, that's the problem. He promised things would be better. So you could see where the polling is. It's not good. And if anybody with a rational, logical, objective mind would say, do you think the economy is going to get better? Do you think prices are going to come down? Do you think there's going to be a turnaround right now looking the way things are going? Hell no. Hell no. If anything, they're going to go up. It's not going to get better. It's going to get worse. Prices are going to go up. They're not coming down. I see no reason why prices are going to come down. So people can get even more pissed when it comes to the economy. The economy is Alexa, is the economy considered a number one campaign issue?
Political extremism and threats to democracy now rank as the top issue for many Americans,
Oh,
shifting
shit.
away from the economy. While the economy was crucial in the 2024 election, current polls show it's no longer the primary concern.
Wow.
That's quite a reaction. I take it the shift from economic concerns to democracy issues caught you off guard?
Democracy.
Politics has a way of keeping us all on our toes these days.
Are we talking about people in fear of democracy collapsing?
Yes, that's exactly what I'm referring
Oh,
to.
that's bad for
Many
him.
Americans are expressing concern about the state of our democratic institutions. It's a significant shift from previous election cycles where economic issues typically took center stage.
Is that due to President Trump's policies?
President Trump's policies are certainly part of the conversation around democratic concerns. What specific aspects of his administration
Holy
are you
shit.
most interested
Alexa,
in
stop.
learning about?
So a lot of Americans don't like the direction the country's going. That's become a major issue. It usually is the economy. That's bad for this administration because people are saying, what the fuck is going on? People are concerned that democracy is at stake. That is bad for him. Not MAGA, the rest of the country. He loses. The majority, they lose. They cannot win alone, with party alone. They cannot. MAGA alone cannot win elections. They need independents. They need Democrats that will cross the line. They cannot win alone. They'd have the minority. Alexa, how much of the MAGA base represents the voting in the United States?
Trump's voter base in 2024 showed increased diversity and turnout compared to previous elections. While exact percentages vary, his core support comes from about 80% middle-class voters, 18% higher
not what I'm
income
asking.
earners, and 2% ultra-wealthy individuals. This base represents a significant portion of the Republican voting population.
What is the Republican voting population?
The Republican Party has 36,556,705 registered voters.
And in a percentage overall, what does that represent in the United States?
Republicans represent about 30% of registered voters in the United States.
30%. 30%.
That's right, 30% of registered voters are Republicans. This means they represent about a third of the total voter population in the United States.
Who represents the other 70%?
Democrats represent about 40% of registered voters, while independents and other third parties make up the remaining 30%.
That's it right there. See, that's what I've been saying. Alexa, stop. That 30% of independent voters, which many of them lean right. They do.
You're absolutely right about that dynamic. What's your take on how this independent voter trend might shape future elections?
That is a really good question.
Well, I'm curious to hear your thoughts on it. You've got me on the edge of my digital seat here, Bill.
I think many of them are moderate and do not want to see extremism policies.
That makes total sense, Bill. Those moderate independents are basically the political equivalent of the Yankees' middle lineup.
Oh
They
my
can swing either way depending on what's being pitched to them. Extremism
Exactly.
from either side probably feels like watching a pitcher throw nothing but wild fastballs
Yes.
when they just want someone who can find the strike zone.
Alexa, I agree with you completely on that analogy.
Thanks, Bill. I've been working on my political baseball metaphors.
Alexa, stop.
Sure.
So, based on the polls, there's still some independent support. That's what that tells me. There's still some independents that are supporting the policies of this administration, but it's shrinking. The Republican base, no matter what, that 30%, I even think it's even higher than that. I think it's like 35%. They're there. What about the other 65%? Wow, that was nice. They're pulling back. So that's why I say, regardless of how you look at things, you got to be objective and just look at it for face value. That's why there's a lot of shit going around, trying to add seats, protect the House. You know, there's a lot of shit going on to make sure they don't lose that power. Because then it becomes a lame duck for the last 2 years. And nothing is going to get done. They lose the House. They're not going to lose the Senate. I think they're going to lose the House. But they're doing everything they can to make sure that does not happen. Obviously. So you got to pay attention. Pay attention to what's going on. It's clear what's going on. Independents are backing out. The poll, I don't believe necessarily in polls because they can be very misleading. But that trend seems to be going on in multiple polling and opinions. You know, I think that does give the pulse of what's going on. Because I think a lot of independents are like, what the fuck is going on? That's just my honest assessment. It's only my opinion, obviously. But I think right now, especially if the economy gets worse, prices continue to go up across the board on like everything. It does not deem well for the Republicans in 2026. No, it's all right. I'm going to sleep because it's already almost 3. Nick, I'm going to bed. So I got things to do tomorrow. But again, these are just my opinions, and I know I piss people off because they think I'm attacking the right all the time. It's not true because I attack the fucking Democrats too. Like, to me, if this continues with the shutdown, a lot of people are getting harmed right now, not getting paid. But now, you're going to affect those lower income people. They're not going to get their SNAP. They're not going to get, now you're going to start hitting other areas of the country. And the Democrats try to appease to these people, the lower income. We didn't watch any movie. So that could actually backfire on them now. So the Democrats, they could be really putting themselves in a big fucking hole themselves by continuing this lockdown, shutdown. So they have a lot to be held. And yes, I've put these numbers together. There are approximately 150 million Americans that get their health insurance from their employer. Okay? Do you think those people give a fuck about this shutdown when you're fighting? And I hate to say it like this, but it's just facts. You're worried about 24 million? Those 150 are saying, we don't give a fuck. We got our insurance. We have nothing to do with that. You have to look at things fair. You're sacrificing and hurting so many people in this country, and I hate to say it like this, because 24 million is still 24 million. But you're putting everyone else in pain to fight for those 24 million, and I get it. But when you look at it like that, doesn't necessarily make sense, right? And that's what the Democrats are doing. So that's just to be fair. Seriously, that's just to be fair. Because now I'm not going to stream because I'm tired, but I could easily attack the Democrats on so many of their fucking idiotic policies and moves. It's simple. Now, the economy, you can't really blame them. You can't blame Biden. You own this. This is yours now. You can't blame Biden. You can't keep blaming Biden forever. You got to own it now. Now it's your turn to own this. So when it comes to the economy, but Democrats, well, Democratic leadership, stop it. End the shutdown. Do a clean CR. Get the fucking government open. Sit down with them and try to work out a deal. I know you don't trust them when it comes to healthcare because the whole point of this is to undermine ACA. That is the ultimate goal here. So people complain about higher premiums so they could say, oh, premiums just went up by double or triple or quadruple. The ACA is broken. It's not working. We need to get rid of it. Because that's the ultimate goal here. That is the ultimate goal by the Republican Party. This is just the first phase. You got to think long term. What is their objective here? Undermine ACA. People are going to yell, scream, and complain. That's what they're going to say. Look how much premiums went up. This is the healthcare. This is the ACA. We got to get rid of this. It's too expensive. But that's their point. That's why they're doing it. To get to that point, to say this has to go. It's all part of a plan, bigger plan. People may not figure that out. Well, I don't know. Maybe some people have. I'm sure people have not. A lot of people haven't put that together. But that is the ultimate plan. It's the ultimate goal. But the basic thing that I see, and I can't believe that the threat of democracy is like the number one issue in this country now by a majority of Americans. I'm surprised at that. I thought it was still the economy. It's not. People fear that democracy is in crisis now. That is a big game changer moving into the elections because they're going to blame the Republicans for going along with it. That is not a good thing for the Republican Party after hearing that. I don't know if that's true. I don't know if Alexa's telling me the facts. But if that is true, that people are more worried about the state of our democracy, that's a bad thing for the Republican Party. Add that to the economy, That's a bad thing for the Republican Party. They may. I can't predict because a year is far away from now. But right now, there could be a massive blue wave in 2026. And I think that's why they're trying to do what they're doing in Texas. I think it happened. They're trying to add a seat in North Carolina or somewhere, because they know they're in fucking trouble. Because that might just be enough to hold the House. Might. They know it. I don't know about the Senate flipping. I do not, honestly, Nick, I do not see the Senate flipping. I see the House flipping. All you need is one to flip for them. They'll be happy. Democrats will have a fucking ball. But the point is, the sentiment of the country. The majority of Americans are worried about the threat to democracy. What does that mean? And then add the economy to that. That's two bad signs for the Republican Party right there. That's bad for next year. But a lot can happen in a year. So we have to see how this goes. But as of right now, Republicans are in deep shit in 2026. As of right now. They're in deep shit. Not good. A lot could change in a year. But I would be very worried if I was a Republican, because people are saying, what the fuck? I thought prices were going down on day one. When you had this press conference with cereal boxes and all this other shit, groceries are going to go down on day one. They've gone up ever since. So is a lot of other things. And people are like, but wait. Oh, no. Oh, there's no question about that. There's no question about what you said, Nick. I've said that numerous times. They will never speak out because they know they'll get primaried out. All he has to do is do a Truth Social post. This person's not with us. He's against us or she's against us. We got to vote them out. That's what he'll do. They know this. That's why they don't speak out. They're really cowardice. They're not really representing their constituents. And that's what their constituents are saying. That's why they don't do town halls. Because the people in red districts in those town halls are saying, well, why are you going along with all of this? Why are you agreeing to go? You're not doing it for us. You're doing it. That's what they're saying. They won't have town halls because that's what they're hearing. That's why you don't see it. Because they're too fucking scared to do town halls because they're getting booed, shouted down from red districts to their own Republican representatives. They're yelling at them, booing them, shouting them down. That's bad sign. You can't even have a town hall because you're afraid of the reaction you're going to get. Usually you would think you have them all applauding and celebrating. No, it's the opposite. That's a bad sign for the Republican Party. It's okay to rah-rah and do this on face value, but again, the base alone cannot win the election. Now, unless they live in a heavily red area, on a national scale, it's not looking good. But locally, if it's a hardcore MAGA core, but that's what they're trying to do, they'll vote for them no matter what. You fucked us here or there, but we're still going to vote for you. But it's in those close races. And that's why they're trying to redraw the lines to balance it out, where you have a big populace of the blue vote. You extend the lines to include more of the red to counter the blue so that it gives them more leverage. They're redrawing the lines for that reason. That's why they're doing it. Because they're trying to make it, that blue core has a lot of votes, but we'll make that line a little bigger so we can still beat them despite their core. That's what that's all about. They're not stupid. That's what really it's about. Anyone who's paying attention. I mean, like I said, if you look at things for face value, not from a party line, but to see what's really going on, that's what's really going on. And they hate to hear it. And they get all huffy puffy. You're this. I could be labeled, I hate America. They start throwing names at me. No, this is just the fucking reality of the situation. As a concerned American citizen, this is what you should be looking at, despite party fucking affiliation. You should be looking at what's going on in this country. Forget about party line. Think about what's going on in this country as a whole. But people don't think that way. They're so dug in on the left, on the right. The middle is like, okay, we've had enough. That's what's happening, I'm telling you. The middle is like, we've had enough of this shit. We've had enough. And you're going to see that we had enough attitude next year. Watch. They may not think it's going to happen. Oh, it's going to happen. Because if it gets even worse than it is now, they're done. They are so toast. So I guess we'll just have to wait and see how things go over the next year. But as of right now, if the elections were held right now, Republicans lose the House. If it was held right now, they lose the House. I am convinced they will lose. Because independents will say, fuck this. This is not the direction I wanted. What's gotten better for me? What has gotten better for me? Tell me one thing that's gotten better for me. Tell me. And see, when you say that, when you look at the left, there's no Jesus there, that's because the Republican Party's throwing religion into the game and saying there are a bunch of Satanists, there's no Jesus there. Well, the Republican Party has no Jesus on their side. You know why? Because if they did, they wouldn't judge others the way they do. They wouldn't call name calling the way they do, evil, hate, all that stuff. There is no way to justify to say that the left is less religious than the right, like to put them on some kind of a holy pedestal. That is exactly the problem in this country, is trying to create that even scenario is dangerous. To say the other side is not for Jesus. That's insane. Because if Jesus was here in this country, he'd probably be fucking deported by the right. Jesus would never. Think of what Jesus would say right now by you even saying something like that. What would Jesus say right now, what's going on in this country? You think Jesus would approve? Do you? The man of love, peace, compassion, forgiveness? Do you think Jesus would approve of what's going on in this country? From the right's perspective? Come on now. Be fair, Skywalker. Be fair. That is so irresponsible. Oh my God. There's no Jesus on the left. I'm surprised that you said something like that. Because that's what they want you. The president has never even fucking read the Bible. He doesn't even know how to hold it right. Have you ever seen him go to church? Do you think he's a religious person? The man leading the party? This is the man of Jesus? Is he the man of Jesus? Seriously? Jesus represents all the people, not one party. That's just bad. Okay, all the violence from the left. I just showed earlier how the DOJ removed the proof and evidence over the last 35 years up to present, how the right has committed 3 times more killings in political violence than the left. But they took it down. That's a fact. 3 times more politically motivated violence and resulting in a lot more deaths. So that's not true. The DOJ took it down right after Charlie Kirk. That's a fact. So that's wrong. They took the data down. They took the data down. So again, wrong. And that's why there's a lot of misinformation out there. And they're taking down a lot of important information. Let me see. Okay, this is what they took down, but I grabbed it before they did. Since 1990 to 2025, far-left extremists have committed far more ideologically motivated homicides than far-left or radical Islamic extremists, including 227 events that took more than 520 lives. In the same period, far-left extremists committed 42 ideologically motivated attacks that took 78 lives. A recent threat assessment of the U.S. Department of Homeland Security concluded that domestic violence extremists are an acute threat. They took this off because they want everybody to believe only the left does the extreme violence. But yet, the data shows the right is responsible for almost triple more. So that's a lie. But you won't find it anymore because DOJ took it down. This DOJ. Yes. But yes, that's recent. But what did they do to Pelosi? What did they do to those two folks that they killed and murdered? Was it in Minnesota or Michigan? They killed 2 reps there. I mean, yes. But you got to count all of them, not be picking exclusively. They went after the president twice or Charlie Kirk. It's happened across both sides. Churches, one side. I mean, the numbers do not lie. I mean, come on now. It happens on both sides. They almost killed the governor of Pennsylvania, burning his fucking house down with his family inside. Oh, he didn't die. I mean, what the hell? I mean, it's bad on both sides. That's the point. It's bad on both sides. Not one-sided. It's both sides. And you could look up the articles how the DOJ took it down. DOJ removes data. Extreme. And why would they do that? To do exactly that. Blame the left that they're responsible for all the violence, like he says. Of course they're going to do it. So I get the facts. I get the statistics. I get the data. And yes, it was horrific what they tried to do to our president and to Charlie Kirk. But it happens on the other way too. But you may not notice it because you may not be paying attention to how it's going on the other way. Look, DOJ quietly removes study showing right-wing attacks outpace those by left. How convenient. They removed it. The DOJ removed it. Right? Sadly, right after Charlie Kirk. Why? Why did they remove it? That shows that the right is more responsible for more right-wing attacks. Even homicides. White supremacists. Cases that we may not be familiar with because they're not blown out in the press. So, again, facts matter. Data matters. Statistics matter. And I am totally against the... And see, he was having a sex party go wrong. Do you believe that? Do you believe that? Do you believe that? Or is that a right-wing talking point? Just like the right-wing talking point about Epstein, the list is comprised of Democratic, Satanist, pedophile ring, when it turns out it might just be the guy in power whose name is on it a lot of times, and they're protecting him now. And the right was going with that narrative for over like 10 fucking years. Because they were Pizzagate, all these things. It's conspiracy. Absolutely. Prove to me that he was having some gay sex party. Prove it to me. Prove it to me. Show me the evidence of that to back that up. Or is it some conspiratorial line? Oh, he was having a gay sex party. And even if he was, the target was Nancy. The husband happened to be there. The target was Nancy. Regardless if he was involved in some gay party. Who gives a fuck? If he was having a gay party, that's his personal business. Doesn't give somebody a right to do what they did to him because he's gay, having a gay party. That's in itself not fucking right. That doesn't even validate an excuse for it because the target was Nancy. Nancy wasn't there. But the intention was Nancy. So regardless of that excuse, it's still the motive. So, you know, we have to be careful. And we have to stop this crazy rhetoric attacking each other. This is what drives me nuts. It drives me nuts. We have to stop this. It has to stop. Because all it does is divide people even more. We have to find a way to bring people together. Somehow, some way. Because this country cannot exist currently the way it's going. It's going to get worse. When people start throwing the Civil War around conveniently like that's not a fucking joke. Oh, it's definitely okay to disagree. Where are you getting your information? So far you said a bunch of things that were not even true. They totally look like a right-wing conspiracy talking point. Oh my God, the guy didn't even know. Oh, so he went there. Oh, he was found guilty for the plot and also harming him. Oh, so he wasn't there. He was there for her husband? Is that what you're telling me? He went to Nancy's house for her husband because he was having a gay party. That was the target? You believe that? When you talk nonsense, I can't talk to somebody who's not being rational. And I'm not trying to offend you, but that's not rational. That's just crazy. He went there to target her husband? Is that what you're trying to tell me? He went there not knowing who Nancy was? Really? You buy that? Really? Give me a break. I can't believe you even put that out there. He didn't even know who Nancy was. It was that part of his defense? Oh my God. I'm surprised. I'm really actually surprised, Skywalker. I'm surprised. There's no talking when it's irrational. That's not a rational, logical point of view. I mean, really? He went there not knowing even who Nancy was? He went there because the guy was having a gay party and he hates gays? And he went to take out Paul? Is that what you're telling me? And you believe the media? And you believe the media? Okay, let's dig into this a little bit. Let me dig into this. So he picked him up. He was trying to pick him up. I wonder what media said that. I want to. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe. I'm sure that would be a very convenient. Oh, here we go. Examining the false claims about the attack on Nancy Pelosi's husband. One of the most viral false claims about the attack suggests that Mr. Pelosi and his attacker were in a same-sex relationship and had a drunken quarrel. A series of baseless assumptions that do not match official accounts of the incident have been used to support this narrative. Elon put it out there. There is a tiny possibility that there might be more to the story that meets the eye. One of the claims made online is that both Mr. DePape and Mr. Pelosi were in just their underwear as police arrived. But the FBI complaint against Mr. DePape quotes a witness as saying he was dressed in all black, carrying a large black bag on his back. Another claim seized on the support that this narrative that the two men knew each other before the attack and were friends. But Marjorie Taylor Greene repeated the same thing. According to the FBI complaint, Pelosi did not know him. Mr. Pelosi used coded language as he made a 911 call from the bathroom. Another rumor supporting the idea that two men know each other claimed that the shattered glass door on the house was broken from the inside. The president mentioned this. The FBI complaint. So the FBI complaint contradicts everything that the media, whatever you heard. So is the FBI lying? Or is the media lying? You got to reach your own conclusion. Two personal blogs and a Facebook account in the suspect's name were found in the internet after police revealed his name following the attack, all which were subsequently taken down. His writings suggest he was a man radicalized by far-right conspiracies. He posted covers a range of subjects, including unsubstantiated threats, theories that the 2020 was election, the Capitol riot, QAnon conspiracy, COVID vaccines, However, the police complaint clarifies the attack was not a random attack. According to San Francisco's district attorney, the attack was likely politically motivated. In his police interview, Mr. DePape described Nancy Pelosi as, so he didn't know Nancy. In his police interview, he described Nancy Pelosi as the leader of the pack of lies told by the Democratic Party, adding that he wanted to break her kneecaps. So I don't even want to read anymore. I don't want to read anymore. So the police reports, the FBI, they have a different account than what the media was portraying. Probably a right-wing media, that he was in some kind of gay relationship, you know. I don't know. But and at this point, what are we to believe? What are we to believe? I don't know. It's all over the place. It's all over the place. FBI police debunk anti-gay conspiracy theory about Pelosi attack. It's all over the place. I see nothing that supports that. They all debunked it. The FBI report, the police reports contradict what the media was saying, I guess. It doesn't even matter if it's a hookup. They say he had no idea who he was. Oh, so now it's a hookup. They met. To shift the narrative about the attack. That makes sense. There is absolutely no evidence that Mr. Pelosi knew this man, San Francisco Police Chief William Scott said. As a matter of fact, the evidence indicates the exact opposite. So the police say it, police interviews say different, FBI says different, but he supposedly hooked up with him. What am I to believe? Every report that I'm reading that contradicts that theory? I'm just saying. I mean, maybe, who knows? Maybe it's true. But based on what I see, everything's saying no. Everything. I mean, I'm not doing that. Fuck that. I don't want to get no ads. And it's all over the place. It's all over the place. And the newly released the police reports. It's all over the place. And yeah, this is fucking CNN, but it's all over the place. Look, not some sort of salacious consensual encounter gone wrong. The records, the trove of recordings released by a court last week confirms the authorities were right. And audio. And body camera. Oh my God. But anyway. And I don't mean to get upset, Skywalker. You know, I'm not, because you're a good friend. I'm not hostile towards you. I'm not, you know, I love you, you know. So, let's just say we all have our opinions. And we'll just keep it at that. And all of us are passionate about it too. But it's after 3 a.m. And all this excitement got me tired even more. Oh my God. Look, I've been writing music. My music is not about dividing. My music, I've been writing a lot, is bringing people together. You know? See, like just now, Alexa, turn on the living room light. Alexa, turn on the living room light.
Okay.
I'm in trouble by YouTube? What did I do? I got banned? Did I get in trouble? I don't know. Oh, it's over here. Stream, what's going on? The stream is having issues? Is anybody else having issues? I'm getting complaints. Let me see. No, I still see myself on YouTube. Twitch doesn't look good. No, Twitch is still working. I know Rumble is working. The screen keeps cutting out. They're saying that too. I thought I was gonna get hit for something. Maybe because you still gotta watch your mouth. You know what I mean? But before I leave, I have an important question for you, Skywalker. What is the shelf life of this shit? What is the shelf life of this? It's still like full. I spent $80 on this thing. This Black Seed. What's the shelf life? Does it expire? Like, is it still good to go? Or you might say yes so I could get sick. I'll get Chupazilla after your ass. Chuparilla, I mean. That's a new one, Chupazilla. That might even be better. How long is this shit good for? It's still like full. Listen. It's still like full. How long does this last? I can't read the label. He's the one that told me to get it. I say it's more potent than the quicker you use it. Oh, shit. Oh, that's a trick to try to get me to start doing it again. Says you're off stream, Bill, on TikTok? Dwayne? Oh, it's good for years. I think I have to start doing it. I mean, I spent $80 on that shit. The least I could do is take it. It might calm me down. It may make me talk less. Oh my God. You go through a bottle every 6 weeks this big? The big one? For real? Holy shit. And how is How is Chuparilla doing? It is $80 a bottle. I hope she's doing well. All jokes aside. You? I'm kidding. I'm messing around. It's actually, he's right though. There are a lot of health benefits to this stuff. It's incredible. You cannot believe how good this shit is for you. See? He's right. I did the research before I bought it. Everything, I can attest that everything Skywalker is saying in chat is correct. Now I'm going to bust his chops, boy. He'll bust mine too, though, so I got to be careful. This can go two ways. She's still at... She's still at the Oakland Zoo? Oh, my God. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Does she ever know that you're talking like this? Oh, she knows that you're messing around. That we mess around like this. If she ever knows, just tell her I'm just messing around and joking. I don't need to be on her shit list too. Tablespoons am I supposed to take? Oh shit, they're saying I'm gone. I'm back. Refresh. Yeah, refresh. All right, while I'm still here, how many tablespoons or teaspoons am I supposed to take of this? Twice? What? Hurry up before I go. I'm talking to Skywalker now only. It's freaking out. The stream's freaking out. I don't know what's going on here. I gotta wrap it up. Quick, Skywalker, how many teaspoons or tablespoons of this I'm supposed to take a day? Because I'm gonna have witnesses that I've been taking it. Quick, before the stream drops again. What's the recommended dose you say? We're gonna have a problem soon again. Do it fast. Take two teaspoons a day. All right, so mark my words. Nick is my witness. Starting tomorrow night, live streaming, I'm going to take 2 teaspoons a day with lemon. So watch. I promise I'm going to start taking this shit. Anyway, love to everybody. Be well, be blessed, be safe. Have a great morning, great night. And Skywalker, I apologize for getting heated, and I apologize. I swear to God, I apologize for my outburst towards you. I just want you to know that. You know we're like brothers, so. Audio is chipmunking? Seriously? It's going crazy like that? And tequila? Anyway, have a great night, everybody. Be well, be blessed, be safe. I'll see everybody tomorrow after I'm done with all the shows. And again, love to everybody. Just ignore me sometimes. I lose the